So, last time, said I would wait, let this cool off a bit, receive some maintenance. And the very next day, the first patch dropped. We go back to the mines until someone invents the fridge. And for the first round of minor patch notes, the contents look promising. Features the miscellaneous AI scripting typos. Those were all addressed. Defense buffs to decentralized nations to help slow down colonization. It will take longer before war is provoked, and when war is provoked, they'll have more combat strength. Apparently. Time will tell how well it will play out. But it is the case that they have acknowledged the issues with the pacing. Alright, and other big one is they have started to put more teeth into the political system. In another side game to immediately see how things are going. I was able to push through progressive legislation about as fast as you could before the patch, but in response to that, radicalism spiked up drastically and caused hundreds of thousands of people to flee the country, crashing the economy. When El Presidente decrees fully industrialized luxury liberalism and just tries to force everything through at once. Those are words on a sheet of paper that do not get to play out unless you have properly built the supporting structures and paced out the reforms. The rush of migrants from all over the world to enrich and grow your country will not happen if all of the ports are filled with angry mobs waiting for them to step off the boat so they can be thrown into the harbor. Which, again, there's probably going to need to be much further calibration of all the fine points of this very elaborate machine. It's moving in the right direction, though. So with that in mind, I don't think I'm going to return to an attempt at a Mexico campaign until I know for sure that, one, a lot more combat balance has been done. Possibly a little bit of reeling in the USA's initial fighting power. Just continuing to reflect post-mortem on that last one. I don't feel like 1836 America could, politically survive getting 100,000 soldiers killed over a border skirmish on the Great Plains. Even if some of them were British, especially if it involved allying with the British. Time will tell. For now, though, let's think about industry, about economy. Let us go into the laboratory of the Dismal Science. I am fond of New Granada as a choice for Latin country to try and build up with, because, yeah, start of the game, there's the conspicuous stretch of dirt. Home to no canals, just dirt. You know what? Yeah, let's dive in there. Here's the road that people use to portage the goods from one ocean to the other. For there is no other way. So, the New Granada. For which, as well, on the list of things to do with it. So you have the concept of Grand Colombia that you could try to reassemble. Which would be a fine, small-scale place to try out unification mechanics. See what they're like in the current state of things. So after researching nationalism, control 3/4 of the target area. So we would need to seize Ecuador and Venezuela. Or we could get away with just carving into Venezuela. I do wonder if, on release, there is any soft power way to exert that influence and then diplomatically annex. It'll be worth looking into. For now, though, first we must start the machine. So, things we have access to here. We have a small slice of the Amazon that is suitable for our... Does the Amazon proper only start out here? We have rice land that is usable for big grain production. Entire country is suitable for ranching. Most of it is suitable for corn, banana, coffee, cotton out on the coast. We can produce our own dyes, we can produce sugar, and tobacco is viable everywhere. So, strong agricultural foundations. Raw materials, we have coal, iron, and wood. We can do some industry. Alright, good. So, yes, that is part of the Amazon, and the Amazon has this tag. More hardwood, penalties to infrastructure and construction, because it's the Amazon. Get big. Exactly, this province is unincorporated territory. Can't really spare the bureaucracy for that right now. And so I've done some amount of thinking about how to better pace out the initial ramp up. Get a quick snapshot of what our tax base looks like if I throw down a couple of consumption taxes. Not on shares and clothing. Those are widespread enough. Yeah, service and tobacco. So we have 7,000 pounds nominal budget surplus here in the frozen time. Done some more serious looking at and thinking about. Well, the button isn't available because I don't have a construction yard yet, but the full cost of running construction centers at various tiers. And a lot of it is, I will throw down at least one wood yard to start with. That, yes, so if you have all of the relevant materials in good supply, the efficiency of moving up the construction method tree is there. It is just strictly better to use the strongest method that you can afford. You will get more work done for less money. Less money in material, less money in labor for completing a given project. So, other things to overview here. Our republic, currently run by an alliance of the armed forces and the petite bourgeoisie. We have wealth voting, segregated, official state religion of Catholicism, no home affairs, I'll probably leave that alone for a while. Interventionist mercantile per capita tax, so actually a decent tax law to start with. A lot of people are worse off. Further initial tax arrangement. No colonies, no police, no schools or hospitals. No serfdom, legacy slavery. One of the first big legal hurdles we need to clear is abolishing that. So little things we could try to do on the way are right of assembly. Maybe electing our bureaucrats? Maybe. Yeah, we won't be able to desegregate for a while. Yeah, particularly hard barrier, we must abolish slavery before we can desegregate to any degree. But bring in the combination of public health care and religious schooling. Because we can't go all the way to public school until we dethrone the church. But until we dethrone the church, we can at least try to make use of them for immediate material benefit. First tech I'm going to go after is intensive agriculture. Yeah, there's another thing I've considered for, like, thinking about how to start economy. So, the tool shop. This is the key. This is the heart of it. Tool shop is the source of all prosperity. Create the tool shop, strengthen the tool shop, rev the tool shop up to stronger materials as soon as viable. Without tools, the kinds of business we can reasonably run is just agriculture, mostly, and only on its weakest settings. We can run logging camps without proper tools. So wood is available, but scarce. Wood is not yet abundant. Mining requires tools. So trying to crack open the coal and iron mines before we have tool works, ill-advised. Unless we could rely on imported tools, which... trade routes are very fiddly right now. So really, I would prefer to try and create the internal mechanism. And mechanically, even if the trade routes weren't fiddly by current gameplay construct. The underlying thing is there's scarcity of most things compared to the incident that is about to begin. So in a lot of cases, it is more worthwhile to have a local source of less efficient tools because no one's going to sell you the better tools. They're using them. So, with that in mind, alright, let me further take stock of features of our current economy. We have a textile mill, we have 2 ranks of furniture factory, so we have a little bit of local consumer good. That's the extent of our manufacturing. Otherwise, it's all farm. Farm, wood, and fish. And a lot of subsistence. It's also because of the construction penalties for working in the Amazon. Folks on this side of the hill, we're just going to kind of leave them alone for a while. Focus our efforts on developing the Northwest. And then after the machine is firmly revved up, then think about extruding a rail line out into the woods. And getting development going on that front. So... other things to do out of the gate. I'm not worried about having a ranking right now, so I am just going to disarm my military entirely. No formal support. Bring your own weapons, if you've got them. You won't be buying them from us. So, other resource things. We have rice, maize, livestock. You have some cotton. And we have our basic lumber camps. We have exactly one basic lumber camp. So the things I am willing to develop out here. Only 2,000 peasants available. There are 20,000 available in the nearer stretch of the woods, though. So with those 2 points of infrastructure, let's just install 2 logging camps. So here at basic tech level, where I have not yet started the machine, that 1 wooden construction center consumes 2.5 lumber yards and a fraction of a cotton plantation worth of material. So we're going to dabble in building that, then backing it up with material supplies. And then we proceed from there. Yep, our rank will decline, but that's okay. Diplomatically, start buddying up with our immediate neighbors. Central America will generally fragment, so I'm going to wait until they break up before starting to negotiate with them. Declare an interest in the Caribbean so we can start talking to Haiti and Cuba and just the rest of the islands, since several of these are modeled as... Some of them are directly administered by their colonial overlords, others are puppet countries that have a little bit of autonomy. Okay, looks like right now that's just Cuba and Haiti, but that's Cuba and Haiti. That's economy up there. And when I should send an envoy to Mosquito. So, right, other thing to consider dissecting. We don't have any particular journal entries. So, in the event that we make it and do the thing, this decision here is how you start building the canal. The way that mega projects have been set up in this, they start with a decision and an event chain, and then you get to do the thing. So, other things about our market. Trade routes. We are no longer importing weapons from America. We sell coffee to America. We sell sugar to America. We import fancy shirts from France. And we import ships from America. Getting our own shipyard online is on the to-do list. But for now, we can let that ride. We have our bureaucracy back, just from canceling that other import. And, you know, until things get fired up, I will keep taxes at neutral. So, the heart of the plan is still ramp up construction as much as we can. And now have a clearer list of objectives for what to do to make that happen. And it's the tool mill. Must needs build tools and devote them to construction. Hammer and saw together. Okay, 5 construction, meaning 4.02 progress each week, is part of starting to drill down on this and actually assemble the spreadsheets for strategizing. You want to look more closely at all of these messages and get a sense for where each number lives and how it activates. Like, we have that 5 base construction power, but apparently it's only doing 4-ish work. Though also, when we're almost done, the excess work spills over into the next job. No. Why? What does the Tsar want with us? Get out of here. So, that springs into existence. The building is there. It will employ. gives a tiny bit of urbanization. And now wood is scarce. So that official tag kicks in whenever sales are less than half of buy orders. That starts building up a ramping throughput penalty to anything that relies on that material. Fortunately, wood will soon be abundant again. So, I guess the core of our immediate economic objectives is trying to reach a point where we can set up iron construction and start doing iron work. Building the series of in-between machines that will help us climb that ladder. Okay, I can remove the service taxes. Yes, we're only getting 1.8 construction. Get a bit of efficiency out of that. But those also don't cost infrastructure. Playing around in Central America, particularly working with the early game here, makes you more appreciate how infrastructure cost is being used here to, like, really bottleneck your ability to build stuff. You need to make very careful decisions about how to use the roads, such as they are, until you invent stronger roads for good economy. Lathe is going to show up on its own in a couple of months. We don't need to implement it until we have wood lathes to install. Probably also want to get a third lumber mill up. Pre-railway, I can get more infrastructure in my 3 coastal states by building ports. As long as I have boats to send to them. I'm planning to tie up 2 of that in the tool shop. Turn another 2 of that into my local shipyard, then build a port. But before that, two more logs over there. After crunching the numbers, surprisingly, we don't need that many coal mines at first. Ramping up coal production is secondary in the tool chain. So get like 3 log over there. And I could also fill my early fabric needs using ranches. Since these are also what will be generating fertilizer once it's time to start doing that. point of ranch provides enough to fertilize 1 point of corn or other grain. Yeah, install, like, beef over there. That those two are going to happen after all of this resource buildup. Yeah, boost those paper mills I don't have. You love to see it. And I guess I should be... Radicalism is low right now. It's a little bit wiggly, but... not that big a concern. I should do a law of some sort. I can afford one reform right now. Strengthen the Intelligista before I can get support for the slavery ban. If I'm not doing consumption taxes, then I can use my political power to nudge the parties around instead. Bolster Intelligista, weaken landowners. Keep 200 in the pocket, just in case. And so, let's see. Also, the petite bourgeoisie are racists. They do support the good tax laws. But no, otherwise not particularly useful to my interests, so kick you out. The military right now endorses mass conscription and professional army. Endorses good tax laws. Endorses policing and censorship. Yeah, so not great. But also, our current president is petite bourgeois. I think this would be the stance. No, except this becomes the stance because the parties want to form. Or no, the petite bourgeois aren't joining a party, or are they? They want to join the party. So join the party already. Temporarily unsuppress the landowners to let them form their bloc. So with this, I would have full legitimacy, and I would have the option to argue over most laws. A lot of them wouldn't be very viable, but I give myself options. Our government formed of everyone but the peasants. What if I also include the peasants, though? No cost legitimacy. Everyone get in here. Everyone but the factory owners and the factory workers. There is no such thing. Yet. Okay, so fully legitimate government. Everyone loves to be here. And yeah, they are strong groups, so I can't directly suppress them anymore. We'll work on it, though. Means I have more authority to throw around. So, now I have many options. The army would be radicalized by switching to militia. Also kind of rather not spend too much bureaucracy right now. Right of assembly is very opposed right now. Have to weaken the entire conservative bloc before I can go on that. Similarly for women's rights. Migration controls, that's as loose as they're going to get. 8% chance to abolish slavery. I should weaken the landowners faction first. To reduce the friction there. Once I have pharmaceuticals, I could push through public health insurance. So for now, religious school. Yeah, so over here for health insurance, the fact that the religious faction opposes the absence of hospitals means they are willing to back secular hospitals if you're going from nothing directly to health insurance. Yeah, censorship reduces tech spread, so I do want to dismember this as soon as possible. To shreds. Means fighting all of them. Which we can do with economy. Since also wealth voting. You must have 25 wealth in order to vote. Let's actually go and look at some of our pops while letting the wheel spin. So, a peasant. Has a wealth rating of 10 right now. Would I need to install an admin building? Help with things once the schools show up. Can't currently afford to write anything down. Our bureaucracy is strictly an oral tradition. So, populace. Clerks, how much money do you have? 14. Shopkeeps, 21. Clergy, 19. So our middle class can almost afford to vote. Officers? 22. Bureaucrats. 19. If I increased public wages, then my civil servants would be able to afford their voting cards. For the next election. Religious schooling installed. No one is mad about this. People are happy about this. People are happy about pay raises at the public office. Okay, they would all oppose this, but it wouldn't quite radicalize them. They would all still be positive. All right, let's go. Right of assembly. Make the first attempt to push that through. We do not need to reform our government of everyone get in here. Seems to be working fine. Everyone get in until we have the power to start throwing people out. Alright, actually, yeah, let's consider wealth voting, income taxes. Our head of state is a landholder, although I think that is the results of the most recent election just did that. Size of government minus 54. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. So, the fact that 4 of our interest groups are a party means they only count for 1 size. All of this boosts our legitimacy by the clout of the entire conservative bloc. Plus the fact that Santos is president here. The rurals and the intelligista are represented in the government, but have no power to do anything without the approval of Santos. So, it's fine. Santos is happy, everyone is happy. Splitters! Splitters. Well, that stalls for now. We can redirect Parliament's attention to something else. Can't try to pass free trade, so mercantilism stays. It might be worth it to go agrarian for a while, rather than interventionist, since we don't have factories. So we don't have any top hats to collect investments from. Well, we have these. We have monocles. Oh, you poor things. You struggling. 17 quality of life. Sugar plantation just isn't what it used to be. Yeah, that might be worth doing to better leverage current economy. Freedom of choice would anger the peasants and the church. Freedom of conscience. Yeah, no real options there yet. Census, though. Wouldn't radicalize it. Still only that 9% margin means that's probably going to die on its first event. Militia has a bit more support. Which, once again, so this is good. There is now gameplay here of important strategic choices to make that will be increasingly real as the game develops. Like, yeah, I can subsidize any building. I'm not currently doing that. And we don't have any capitalists, so let's go agrarian for a while. That should be uncontroversial. And meanwhile... Right, because also more buffs had been added to tax and wage settings. So, high civic spending strengthens your intelligista and your petite bourgeoisie. Low civic spending also further tanks your prestige. Low military spending tanks your soldier training rate. And likewise, strengthens or weakens your fightmen. Soldier wages to neutral and public servant wages to yes. How does that look if we let that propagate out into the world for a week? What is now the wealth of 15 wealth on a clerk? Although clerks work in... Okay, some of you are administrators. So, as I understand it as well, one of the ways that the mechanics are still very willing to be wiggly and adventurous is... So, wages. Buildings adjust their wage to try to attract enough workers to do their job. So by increasing public sector wages, I could indirectly, possibly, increase the wages of other buildings in a situation where labor was scarce, and the factories were now worried about having to fight with the bureaucrats to get more people to fill paperwork. After I build the port, I think then it would be time for iron mine. At that point in the future, we will have wood tools. Yep, lathe will be ready next month, just by osmosis. Okay, further, well, the other way to go about finding someone who definitely works for the government, head down to the yard and talk to the managers, bureaucrats with wealth 22, clerks with wealth 14, laborers with wealth 11, and we do not currently employ any slaves. At least not at that yard. Do I give up 5% law chance to strengthen the rural folk? And further weaken the army, yes. Grumble, growl, snarl. Parliament noises. Guzman de Santa Cruz. Curious political operator and traditionalist commander. Traditionalist ideology. Yeah, you're an enemy of mine. Let's force you to retire. Budget's looking good again. And alright, so I'm gonna step taxes up to medium. For 70 weeks to get the tooling shop up. Yeah, I'm gonna sneak a second wood yard in here. That will pay itself back. Also, nice. Development number. So may as well then check who is the new leader of the clergy. This guy, Julio. He's a tactful diplomat and a theocrat. Well, new boss, same as the old boss. I guess use my authority to strengthen peasants and the tiny fledgling baby trade unions. Someday. Alright, so with intensive agriculture, that's a valuable tech to grab early. Because that lets us upgrade our farm situation without needing to spend any tools. I turn 10 grain into fertilizer and fabric. And then I can turn that 10 fertilizer back into more grain. 10 fertilizer into 30 grain, so a net gain of 20 grain. And then once I have other ranches, I can start fertilizing the corn farms as well. Or it might even be that even with the price increase, that it's still worth it to fertilize the corn. Let a week pass so that that price can settle, and then observe the numbers. That seems like it's still worth it. Oh, and soil enriching also adds... Well, no, so the labor pool size stays the same, but it shifts laborers and clergy into freeholders. It creates small farmers instead of tenants. That is also probably demographically useful to us. Like, let's see here. So our total fertilizer situation is 11 to 11 right now. Yeah, also the bill continues to flounder. That's fine. It's not like we have anything more important that has a chance of surviving on the floor. This is just keeping them busy. Service prices are high, clothing prices are high. Or so, another thing visibly presented here, prices are clamped at most plus 75 or minus 75% of their base price. Wood remains scarce. Which, yeah, that would happen because of the thing. So that's all the more reason to have the tool shop up, because then I can turn those tools into more wood. So steel we don't need yet. Atmospheric engine we'll need later, but not right now. We'll eventually have to claw my way up to railway. Patent stills. Not really needed yet. Glassworks are a ways off. We will have all the resources needed to run canneries once we have a food industry. I think we're good on industry stuff for the moment until the actual physical economy catches up tech-wise, so let's get some culture tech in order to unlock more laws to argue about. "48 weeks to the tool shop." And then, so even in its basic form of wood tools made of wood, can turn the tools that this produces into more lumber. Going from our base of 30, we will double our lumber output in our existing footprint of lumber mills. Only 2,000 people out there. 10,000 more here, but we have used up local infrastructure, so the Amazon is a closed box for now. Unless more people move in, or until otherwise infrastructure increases. And yeah, so I'm having rice farm run monocrop. That should take us just shy of a fertilizer shortage. Nope, exactly on, so let's not do that yet. Not until we have a second ranch. I might not need more lumber mills until after we have the shipyard out. We'll see. Santiago. A cruel political operator and traditionalist. Yeah, we don't particularly need to pop you up. I'll just take the raw success chance. Prerequisites for the canal decision. Civilizing mission. And 1,000 bureaucracy. Where we currently only have 266. And that's just what's required for the survey. Then the actual construction project is also big. Pharmaceuticals so we can get health insurance. Sugar prices stuck in a rut. Oh, okay, so the coal and iron that I will use for my initial industrial push, I will just keep that in Antioquia. Since I can also use boats to build up Antioquia's infrastructure a little bit. So meanwhile, inland up in the hills, that's where I could drop a bakery. Right, agrarianism acquired. Probably should have looked at how much investment pool we were getting before. Okay, but that means that even the subsistence farms get tapped for the investment pool now. That's probably helpful. It's permanently the case that opening the government window slams the brakes on everything. Protectionism. That gives us a bunch of tariffs and makes our businesses run as merchant guilds. This rearranges the tariffs. And lets us switch to top hats instead of guilds. I'll leave the guilds alone for now. 15% base chance of right of assembly. And no one will be angry about it. Okay, that's a better starting point. Let's give that another shot. Anyway, now the tool mill exists. For wood. Those tools are going directly into the forest. Yeah, this will be a detriment at first until the prices stabilize. And then just like that. No, I've also now removed... Oh no, I've lost a bit of authority because El Presidente is unpopular. Santos, what have you done? Santos, everything was fine. Oh, stop bolstering the rural folk. So, also switch this sawmill over. Well, actually, yeah, I don't need to micromanage out that one, probably. You can just say all of our logging camps use real saws. Hardwood production we're not doing anything with right now, so that stays as it is. So construction prices have drastically gone down. So the next step... Oh, and we haven't even finished ramping up the tool works to its current speed. Might even have some tools to spare for other things. Except not really, because the goal here... Iron frame building, so we need enough iron for the buildings and tools for the buildings, which those tools are also going to be made of iron at first. So that's the bill. 100 iron and 20 tools and some fabric and wood to run those 2 construction yards at iron speed. But we'll gain 6 points of output for it. And some additional efficiency rating, so even more points, really. The next thing to do for the chain is to open the iron mine. We've gained infrastructure for that. I'll let that ranch finish. So, open the iron mine, start making the tools out of iron, and then increase the iron mine. Maybe even cut off the other new lumber mills for now. Avoid cluttering the queue with too many frivolous purchases. Try to stay focused on the goal. And then, meanwhile, also as I primarily build things up in Antioquia, get that urban center online, slightly improving quality of life, also using a little bit of wood. $11 and rising. Population's pretty stable. 105,000 radicals is a bit spicy. Out of 2 million people. No, that's 2 million cash out of 1.6 million people. For GDP of 1.25. Spin the wheel. Well, sometimes you lose. Put that on pause for a bit. There will be no freedom of assembly today. Abolition, though. Landholders are still very strong, although the rest of the party might keep them from storming out. Landowners are now slightly weaker than the church. I shouldn't need to change presidential republic at all. Census suffrage is also in that window of alarming, but not enough to start a war over. That will greatly loosen up the gears if I can make that happen, so it's apply pressure there. Which also, so increasing radicalism is the price of constantly having some issue in Parliament. Instead of running a budget deficit, I'm running an emotional, political deficit. El Presidente decrees that everything will happen within your lifetime. Are you feeling alright, tool shop? Okay, they've successfully met the tool demand for the lumber mills. And I need to take up the rest of that tool demand. Keep the tool yard going, so let's make more furniture. Yeah. Give the tool mill something to do. Keep it healthy, keep it happy. Okay, a liberal party has successfully formed. What do we got? Just the Intelligistas, but they have a new hat. They have pamphlets. They have a logo. Oh, the industrialists want to join them. Begrudgingly, yes. Get in there. There, we now have a second power block. They'll try their best. Okay, to avoid building things arbitrarily. Alright, the second ranch happened. Fertilizer became abundant, which means now I can fertilize this cornfield. Build another ranch there. Get grain production scaled up. Yeah, tools are slightly overproduced. Well, that was fast. Good job. Ramon, who is a jingoist and an ambitious. You like colonialism and mass conscription. You don't even like the kinds of army that would be useful to me, Ramon. Alright, who could we have them pivot to? Bon. Well, okay, these are different politicians we could have influenced. You are a moderate right now, but you could become a radical. Suffrage, right of assembly. Or a reformer in the landowners. Getting the landowners leader to oppose segregation and child labor. And to be okay with women owning property, that's actually a lot. Make one landlord blink. That we haven't invented the idea of removing child labor yet, but now we could for as long as that guy is alive. Right of assembly is on cooldown. Wait a while before that can happen. Property, though. 41% support for property of women. Do it. Especially since one of the limitations that's in play for a lot of Latin America at this time is very low population density. So anything that improves our workforce ratio is going to be extremely helpful. %60 chance of property. Okay, iron mine is open. So this, once it is fully populated, will ramp up to producing 20 iron for 5 tools. I can take that 20 iron and smith it into another 30 tools. And the feedback loop begins. Now, I then need to dig up a lot more iron in order to actually reach the point where I can do iron construction. But you love to have tools. So also I'm going to focus on using tools for productivity boosting activities rather than for labor saving activities for now. For the time being, labor is abundant. Only after labor becomes scarce will I think about trying to constrain that. So, sawmills are still very productive. Could stand to get more wood. Also, now we are at the limits of infrastructure for that province, so shipyard, port. Get the livestock ranch and the logging camp first. We have budget. Just on the line. Yeah, there we go. It took a bit of wiggling back and forth to negotiate it, but now the feedback is in effect. The mines make the iron. The tool works. Make the shovels. The shovels make more iron. Ramon. Well, yes, we don't like Ramon. Scandalize Ramon. Get out of here. Another construction yard might be a good idea now. Wood price is slightly strained. We are right on the needle for fabric. Well, the main concern being, well, no, it's alright. Thinking ahead to when I do have iron frames, I'm going to want to use a smaller number of construction yards. But I can always achieve that by just disbanding one of the wood yards. Or by diversifying where the yards are. So that I have finer control. Church is unhappy, but the landowners are stable. 99% legitimate government, and now women have property. The church is going to stay mad about that, though I could also placate them by giving them the hospitals. Only the industrialists dislike charity on principle. I will accept the devil's bargain of a free university every time. That's powerful infrastructure. Where did you even install it? Up in the hills. Where you don't have any paper. Good luck with that. I should create a paper mill. That could live in Panama. Okay, so once again, to actually look at the relevant numbers here. 5 paper to a university. 10 paper to a filing cabinet. And where is there a living specimen of a paper mill we could look at, you know, for research? Livestock yard is up. I can apply fertilizer to the last corn farm. Get enriched. And all the while we have run on medium taxes. Tool shop remains happy with the situation. That's a plan to use 4 of the infrastructure in Panama. At one point there, but still not 5,000 people to work a building, so you can just keep hanging out. You no longer have the infrastructure point you would need for the food mill. Universities take roads. Well, no more bakery for you then. The university will study lumber. We'll soon want to install cotton here. Well, maybe later. We'll see. Follow market conditions as they evolve. So the build plan here, 2, 4... So there's the bake line itself. 100 prestige, converts tools and coal, provides 100 urbanization. Big. But also, yeah, I could relax public wages a bit. Everyone can vote now, as long as they can read, which we're working on that. How literate are our laborers? 32%. Not bad. I can be gentle with this law. What we need right now is the money. Once I can start building up port infrastructure, things will be good there. I can export my sugar. be useful. Who wants Russia? Crisis brewing. El Salvador is violently ripping itself from what's left of... Oh no, an aristocratic revolt against El Salvador is happening? That's not my problem. So if some of the disassembly has completed, always work on relationship with Costa Rica, Honduras. And I guess for safety, we bend leg whenever Britain is in view. For now. We're not powerful enough to declare customs union, but that is one of the goals. Once we become large, build the Panama Block. So, to remind, bill of materials here for the other construction center up top here. Moving to iron. We must have 50 iron and 10 tools accounted for. And we will save a lot of wood. So, 2 or 3 more ranks of mine need to happen, or same number of mine, but with some pump tech, which will in turn require coal. So, either way, we need to open up new mine shafts. The question is just, what do we dig for first? And right, so I noticed out of the corner of the eye. So this is a source of inconvenience, although it is also the thing driving our economy. Previous runs, I hadn't paid much attention to it, so how trade works on the ground is, when you have trade routes, this building appears somewhere, and then all of your trade routes happen here. This thing puts out buy orders and sell orders on the markets, and whenever the prices are good, they make the flip and collect the arbitrage. And in turn, in order to do that, they employ many shopkeeps. Unless we privatize or nationalize the markets. They do cost a lot of infrastructure, though. Which, yes, apparently that is an unintended side effect of something else they had changed. So, eventually that will switch back, probably. But for now, there's just widely variable use of roads here. At least they are earning money. At least they are paying the taxes. Yeah, maybe I should build the port first then, and then the shipyard afterward. And yeah, for other countries that engage in much more aggressive use of trade routes, that's probably confusing the AI a lot right now, making some of their states just kind of switch off and on rapidly. Right, decrees are a mechanic. This entire tab that I have not been using much, but yeah, this is another tool that's present. El Presidente says pave the road. And now the road is paved. Thanks, Julio. Disagreement between the church and the Intelligista. Take the authority. I don't want to anger either group right now. If I can get freedom of assembly and at least get as far as cultural exclusion, one step of desegregation. That's reasonably popular right now. I want to get everything out of my reformer that I can. Which the rest of the party is still pro-slavery, but we haven't taken care of legacy slavery yet. And right, we can't desegregate until after that. So once more, onto the breach. No, that'll radicalize them. Still need to shift the bar further. Keep my migration controls up for now. Secularizing the church. Well, secularizing the state will anger the church. Try again for right of assembly. Everyone slightly dislikes it in the conservative bloc. Research egalitarianism, see if we can try to jump directly to multiculturalism. Or, I'm getting close to needing the mechanical benefits of the atmospheric steam engine. Government conflict, how so? No, okay, now most of the conservatives are angry. As will happen. Still okay with the overall temperature of the population. For now. The states are not yet officially in turmoil. Paper and wood remain expensive. Port is online. Alright, I'll stop bolstering the unions for a while. Yeah, it's not like they've been able to benefit from it much. We need more people working in the cities before that's going to have much momentum behind it. First, we must build the tools. Yeah, the numbers turned a little bit red right now. That's not bad. There we go. So we have currently 11 construction. That is resulting in 10 progress now on that shipyard. Fabric is still on point, though it will start to turn. Probably especially after the shipyard goes up. So yeah, slide a cotton plantation over there, and that state will be done for a bit. We're going to get more lumber. And let's see, that's 10,000 laborers accounted for there. So we have like one more thing we could install in Panama. Think about. Most of our building has to happen here because this is where our labor pool lives. I think I had it worked out that for the first bit of iron construction, 3 and 2 to 1 iron tool yard. Especially once we have the pumps online. Ramon. We don't like Ramon. Good job getting right of assembly destroyed again, Ramon. Not really running a surplus of anything right now. Our economy is fully engaged. Need more wood. There would be demand for more services. More clothing and more grain. Could always plant the deep corn. Yeah, no one gets to assemble. Ramon's ruined it. It's not fun anymore. And yeah, lamps give me something to do with coal before the engines are online. That becomes a worthwhile thing to do with the coal mine opened up. Going to a second tool mill will also be helpful. After all that iron exists. Or while we're ramping up that iron. Yeah, go for like one mine and then immediately the next tool shop. And the other mines. Yeah, so when things start to crunch a bit for tools, I will take the lathes out of the furniture factory. I might do that now, actually. Just have fewer chairs to free up tools for the other stuff. Premier artisan chairs. Well, right of assembly is cursed right now. Nobody wants it. Not if Ramon is involved. What is currently otherwise upsetting the landowners? What would placate them a bit? They would like if police existed. That's terrible. Okay, they have a temporary anger at the voting change, but that will go away given time. Yeah, maybe this is better spelled out on their tab. Yeah, because of their current leader, they oppose child labor. We had labor movement. And we might be able to sneak that in as well, but labor movement, it's all the way down here. We're on the way to it with egalitarianism. Engines, though. Gotta make the tools. It would greatly appease the landowners if cops existed. That's terrible. Forming the National Guard would be reasonably popular. That has bureaucracy overhead, though. Free trade? Protectionism? Do the landlords have no opinions about trade laws? We have journal entries. I would love if we had free trade. We do rely a lot on exports right now. It should be an uncontroversial law. Except also it doesn't have much positive support going on. Let's press the issue, actually. I'll generate some heat. And I guess we're getting paper. cotton plant can wait a little while. The shipyard is doing fine. The shipyard doesn't have much business yet. Formally cut off our imports from the US. I could instead be exporting my boats. Who wants ships? No one. People would want warships. What if I sell Man of Wars to America? Temperature is rising. Yeah, another yet unsolved economy adventure is looking at how to most effectively crash build a local arms industry. How much of an industrial footprint does an army have? How many guns can you really afford? Logging camp is still doing fine. And I have another 20 bureaucracy. Who else wants to buy warships? Argentina. Sweden. Argentina. Running a little hot with that, but service tax is right there. And fancy tobacco. Yeah, cigar tax comes back, budget balances. You have a nice firm stance from which to continue building up. And yeah, 1844. This feels pretty good. Like what's going on here? Okay, that's a hole in market access in Mexico, and then yeah, the Apache and the Navajo still holding on within their borders. And we're already talking to everyone we can. Paper mill will help a lot because that will tank our input goods cost for the bureaucracy. For the university, and then we might have enough paper to start actually keeping files. Depending on how strong the paper mill is on its own, just at basic level. Julio is dead. Who will replace him? Ramon. Who is also a jingoist. Well, that's just what the scholars are like here. Alright, so pulp processing wants to rev up to 40 paper production. And internal demand for paper is currently only 5 from the university. Okay, so sending all 4 admin centers to filing cabinet would be too much. 3 of them, though, that's enough. We're only being 5 overrun. That's fine, that's still pretty close to medium price, and that just means that the paper mill is getting subsidized by our extra demand for paper. Or was that a different Julio? Catholic Church Julio. Alright. So now we have Ezekiel Garcia, who is also a jingoist. The more they change. Paper mill. Awaken. Be strong. Be free. Alright, so now we ramp up more iron. In order to ramp up more tools. Be ready for the switch up to metal buildings. House of Iron. Six months left until atmospheric steam engine. So this would be about on time. Yeah, 5 months to steam engine, and then a couple months later the coal mine would open. And we could immediately switch those on. It'll take surprisingly long before we can reasonably rev all the way up to steel tool. Although that should be firmly in the middle of when we can start up the railway boom. We hold off on that for a while. Don't have to worry about explosives or about chemistry for our immediate future. Brains is important, but laws are also important. We need the right laws to carry on the trains. kind of dangerous to ramp up the iron price early, because that iron is also making the tools that I need to get the iron. So the party wins again. Mosquito Kingdom seeks a defensive pact and offers to owe us an obligation. Good stuff. Good to know ya. Hopefully you don't get attacked, because we sure can't help you. Negotiate with El Salvador. And now we have all this extra bureaucracy that I could use for more commerce. What have we got that's worth selling? We're kind of all surplused up, so imports then. What could I bring in to supplement the economy? Yeah, wood and grain and shirts. Although that would also be, yeah, we got some infrastructure to spare here. I import grain from Uruguay. Just to help people out. And right, so once that coal mine opens, it'll also need another port. Improve local infrastructure. Coal mine opens. And the number is healthy and strong. Here are the consumption taxes. Leave the income tax where it is. Slightly pay down the debt while we're here. Yes, reduce assimilation. Upset the church and the bourgeoisie. Please the intelligista. The landowners have been kicked out. Oh, the landowners have moved into the Liberal Party because of their reform leader. None of the party is happy about this, but the Baron insists that this is where they belong now. We have very interesting top hats here. Alright, so the coal mine exists, although nothing is using that yet. So let's fix that. Use the pumps to drive down the price of iron. And also use the pumps to keep the price of coal reasonable. Those will just ramp side by side. Everyone was startled for a moment by the new machine, but now that they are assured that it's safe, everyone can get back to work. Is one of my trade merits dead? Nope, they're all alive and well. And okay, now that we have that, you're in our 2 points of urban center. Yes, turn on the lamps. Make the services. Sell the services. And that's our only city center right now. Yes. Fort? No. Up in the hills, there is also a point of urban center. So, yes, we have plenty of coal to go around. You can also turn on your lamps. Labor movement, we could restrict child labor. Still working on this whole slavery thing. And boosting the intelligence as best we can. Who is your membership? Mostly clerks and bureaucrats. So more bureaucracy is good for them. Yeah, this is our capital zone. Here in the center. Here up the big river. Where I'll definitely look forward to seeing the game make more rivers do things. Because they should. They're a big deal. Big rivers, big lakes. Like, let's see over here in Ontario. Yes, there is a tag for the big lake. And a tag for the waterfall. Okay, so there's your, how actual major waterfalls and their hydroelectric potential are present here. You can build dams anywhere, but those are of small local waterways. Okay, how is the current iron supply? We have plus iron. We are on course for coal. We are short on tools, actually. So let me make the tool shop first, and then the mine. Tool shop, then mine, then construction. Put the service tax back up. And the cigar tax. You know, every other month the taxes come and go. What's important is, look at that line. The number is strong. We have, like, fuck all population growth that has occurred, and yet our people are twice as productive as they were 10 years ago. Radicalism is kind of stepping down, even in the midst of the current debate. Can't deny that very marginal improvement in quality of life. Parliament, please. Just keep wobbling back and forth. I guess the stall chance is pretty high because of the opposition. What other laws could we be trying to push right now? Is there anything that has more green bar than red bar? If we could understand child labor adjustment, that would be an option. We knew what public school was, that would be an option. Private school. The Intelligista would be strengthened by that. But to do that first, I have to decouple the church from the state. Alright. Back down from that. Get a fresh start on it later. Yeah, the high opposition means there's very high odds of the law stalling. Or experiencing setbacks just while the wheel is turning. Move from mercantilism to protectionism would mean that a trade center. The shopkeepers would become capitalists and clerks. Shopkeepers, what are your political alignments? Who do you vote for? You are politically inactive. Let's destroy the guilds and establish the ministry. Yeah, the support for multiculturalism would be there, but first we have to end slavery. As long as this is here, around our neck. That's why we need to keep applying pressure to the demographics. Iron mine is thriving. I mean, its wages are currently very low, but that's because we have to ramp up the demand. We have to create the iron future. Which the potential is there for the big iron surplus. Running the pumps. Each point of iron mine would produce 40 if fully staffed right now. Yeah, they just aren't fully staffed because their wages are not competitive for now with other businesses in the area. That will change. Shipyard's doing good. Love to see that. Putting the food industry over here in Panama. Panama, home of bakery? Corn. Or sheep first, then corn after. Santiago of the rural folk is a traditionalist. I can afford to take this slow. We're waiting for other laws to cool off.
Your gold is always welcome here.
Over here now. A fine investment. Just remember to make good number, so economy will strong. Build good numbers and the line goes up. Oh, I might be able to remove the road maintenance decree now. The roads are adequate. So says El Presidente. Official note from the ministry. Yes, good. 20% pressure in both directions and radicalizing the slaves that do exist. How many? 82,000 enslaved people, which, yeah, that's a workforce that's going to be freed up to actually participate in society once we can break the chain. Any day now. Need to push the number. Bit to the left. A bit too much of a drop there. I'll build the last rank of port. That will bring us to +4. Which will be enough for the 2 iron mines. And that will be Antioquia. Just kind of assembled and ready until it's time for railways. or until we acquire other sources of infrastructure. We could gain some, like, more dockyard cap. Better cargo shipping is a way off. But that'll be the cue to move our attention to the next state over. Right on time. So actually, maybe we go in on a development plan for over here, because there's wood and coal here. Could install a glassworks here. Do something like that. Room for another factory up in the hills. Gun is made in the capital. Which, so, I also hadn't, while doing like a vague look over of prices, for a while I hadn't noticed that some factories are like 4x base build price, like the gun factory. Where farms and light industry are 150, then mines are 300. And then most factories are 450. Then some are more. I don't need to sabotage the rural party right now, but that law is dead. How about 18% for, 12% against, and 66.9 indifferent. That is the best odds we've had in ages. This time for sure. Build another university. Although, the infrastructure. It's fine. Being at -1 isn't that bad. Or I could also delay the second rank of Iron Mine. Or I have the 200 authority back. I could once again decree that the roads are fine. President Garcia wants you to sweep. No, wait, yeah, that was right, yeah. 10,000 available peasants, so 2 businesses in Panama. And no port to add to that yet. We'll circle back to it. The build order then for here. Seven buildings. Could throw 3 more into that queue. Infrastructure in the capital went back down. There's gonna be some wiggle. Okay, so several iron mines are now online. Market status of iron has potential to be greatly oversupplied. Let's try to hit the boost. Since also, so we have the 2 tool yards. We make many tools for many purposes. And if tools become scarce, I can always scale back some other industries. Now we run the mixed construction budget. Which is fairly affordable. Running that deficit just fine. Bakery and nothing else, actually. 'Cause the employment numbers don't line up with the infrastructure rates right now. Driving down iron prices to bring about a construction boom would be difficult. It requires more tooling than we currently have available. Alright, human rights is a bit far along to claw our way. Sewer system. For a bit more passive infrastructure. Yeah, that's worth hitting up before we actually get to trying to do the move with railways. Central bank will happen passively. Still haven't managed to get right of assembly. That is still very opposed by the whole conservative bloc. Okay, so let us know that we're actually using a lot of clippers. Stop making warships. Stop selling warships. Our shipyard is now for internal use. And quite good for it. Get that free progress on railway. And look at that, green number. You make the good economy. And coal prices are up now. 40 versus 60. think the thing to do initially over here... Yeah, well, sadly, we must continue to delay the Panama Bakery. So, plans for this state. Step 1, coal mine. Step 2, port. That's 5,000 people accounted for. So then, glass, lumber, cotton. So that's 5 infrastructure worth of stuff there. And 6 buildings. So that will be accounted for pretty well. Pool balance is good. And, like, the further along we push the raw number, the more elasticity we get to work with in running a little bit high or low with a material. So with that in mind... So I'm gonna keep running 1 iron frame, or should I? I will do something drastic. Switch that one to iron, and disband this one. There, so now we have the same amount of power we did before. But the smaller labor pool. Now I have this convenient hub from which to appraise our construction materials, decide what needs to be done before we can affordably make number go up. Take the authority hit for a while. We'll stop directly bolstering the Intelligista. And just while I have it in mind... Yeah, mining is run by capitalists. So opening up the mineral economy is helping to shift power away from the old money. '23. Paper prices are up. Doubling up on the paper mill. That is the move to do with that too, infrastructure. It's weird that this state would have an infrastructure debuff from the Andes when, like, visibly, most of it is not up on the mountain. The line keeps moving, though. And I can upgrade my institutions a little bit. More school, more medicine. Even if it means entrenching the priests a little bit more. We'll be able to dig them out later. I can attack their allies and thus weaken the party pretty easily. Power is shifting to the liberals, to the bizarro liberals, where Top Hat and Monaco live side by side. How is overall market things? The industry goods are all good. Luxuries are reasonably well balanced. Could always use more grain and more shirts. And once I start tapping into consumer goods as a market, that is going to... That's going to mean quality of life for people. Quality of life and money. Can be two things. Where I get... So now that we've got iron construction alive and well, we'll do this because having a glass works is reasonably valuable. Though maybe also get the paper mill doubled up because paper is expensive. 40 versus 60 paper consumption. Paper mill now. Port later. Radicalize the bureaucrats. That's a problem for months from now when the institutions are actually revved up. And I can trim my bureaucracy overhead by removing a trade route. All the ones I have currently are healthy. Oh, someone's buying my fertilizer. Wild. Which, I guess, so that's also a good sign. If the AI gets better at noticing sources of things... US-Mexico war. If the AI gets better at noticing surpluses of things, then, you know, you could build up an industry in your own country knowing that someone is going to show up looking to buy your paper. You make yourself pretzel capital of the world. Okay, this is Mexico, backed by France. That's where they're finding their number. Good luck. Do the peasants actually support any laws that I want to pass? They're the ones who like militia. I would love to switch to militia. No one else supports militia, though. That can be an issue for later. Like, let's see. Of all groups that exist, one day the unions will be pro-militia. Just gently give the rural folk a boot out of the halls of power. But the landowners are angry. The liberal landowners are angry that change isn't not happening fast enough. Well, Parliament stays as it is. Could plant the deep corn. Just the little corn. Just in the back. Like, let's see. Okay, there is plenty of room on the unmanaged land. Though also, what about wood? People always need wood. People are always talking about wood. Alright, so I have all of those build plans that are on their way. I have this phantom infrastructure that is only there because the president wills it to be so. I think we would be close to even if I took the decree off. Still, it's too early for the steel mill. The steel mill is a thing to do while we're getting the railways up. It's a thing that the railways require the steel mill, and the steel mill requires the railways. It's the Ouroboros that is the cycle of commerce. We'll get that extra infrastructure from having real sewers, and we'll see what that does for us. Like, hold on, what is the base amount lock-in? Tooltip, please. Tooltip. Tip. Okay, there. 14 plus 2.2 from pops. Okay, that's the concept of a pop in general. So, 571,000 people. Creating 14.2 infrastructure. If it's just linear, then that's 40,000 people per point-ish. Or to flip it around. sticking with that as an idea. Well, I could cross-reference that with other states, which 13.9 from 559,000 pops. Yeah, that seems vaguely right. Yeah, about 40,000 people per pop, per point of infrastructure. The question would then be, okay, for every 10,000 pops, another 0.05. That would be another point per 20,000 people? Yeah, that would add up. That would be substantial. Maybe it will be time for steel mill. The idea is here. So, railway, water tube. Yeah, water tube because that comes with the condenser pumps for the mines, which that will let us get more metal without needing. Yeah, let's get more metal without needing to take up more land. So the coal mines will run deeper, the iron will be more abundant. I was working on sewage. I will finish sewage. 7 months to sewer system. You don't lose anything from switching off of technology. All the progress gets banked. The first patch released yesterday. As of time of broadcast. Steel mill and the motor works. And then from those, we can start to attempt the railway boom. Though possibly before those. So together, those are 5 infrastructure? No, 6. I have 3 points left here to go and grab, like, farm? 5 months from now, the sewer system will exist, and then we'll see what emerges after the streets have been drained. Paper's abundant. You'll love to see that. Are we attracting any immigration? Not yet. Understandable. Country remains fairly attractive to potential migrants, but we don't let any of them in. Yet. And yeah, for reference, port upgrades are over here in naval technology. So even hydraulic crane would give me another rank of boatyard to work with. Well, of boat parking. Tubes, though. One, three. Reinstall the plan for the gun factory up there. Get a corn farm out in Panama. Or, no, actually, livestock ranch first. Fertilizer is valuable. And if I now rescind the decree of road maintenance, just barely +1 left. I will have to use that to free up space, but for now, extra authority means more law enacting speed. Try to push the issue. How did your infrastructure go down from sewage? Did I install a port in the wrong place? This hill. What do you want about? What are you planning? Belligerating at me? They want my wood. Oh, time to restore the army then. It will be pricey. Import weapons. Wait, bureaucracy also uses infrastructure rating? Wild. Although that restores my minor power ranking right away. Declare interest in the Andes. I'm close to being able to forge my customs union. 12 points off for persuading Venezuela. Costa Rica is in. Salvador is not in yet. Honduras. Do it for a favor. See if I could get any big defense pacts. Not really. Mexico would accept. But I don't think they can try to drag me into... Venezuela would accept. Ecuador would accept. Yeah, let's build our block here. Costa Rica accepts. Salvador accepts. Honduras accepts. There, just like that. Regional influence. And Mexico accepts. Alright, so now we have allies with which to fend off Brazil. Hopefully. Yeah, we're gonna have goods shortages in the barracks. Get that gun factory sooner than later. I guess also I need an office somewhere. Maybe that goes here instead of the cattle ranch for now. We've done it. Whatever else, there is an important victory. Yeah, we don't have full-on alliances, but we have defense pacts. It should act as a bit of a shield. Right, Mosquito Kingdom we already had an agreement with. You want into the Union? No, you're a British subject. Still, though. Okay, we'll step back from using skirmish infantry to line infantry. No one is making enough bullets to try and send us that. Right away, that tanks our ranking back down. Well, we have a year to fix that. As long as we put on one parade every year, remind people that, yeah, we're tough. Dye is available now. Yeah, the customs union. Install the dye shop. Make the fancy clothes. Not entirely fancy, but just kind of fancy. Anyone else producing hardwood? No. I can reinstall the lathes at the furniture house. We now spend a lot of influence, though. Oh, being overspent on influence is tanking our prestige. Okay, it's actually inefficient to have so many tiny defensive pacts. So if I let Costa Rica out, Ecuador and Venezuela are the important ones here. Let Honduras out. Let El Salvador out. There, our immediate neighbors and Mexico. We can afford that. And when we fix bureaucracy, the tax collection efficiency will go back up. Should cover that. Radicalism is going back down. Everyone is better off without slavery. So I can put the livestock up in the hills. Livestock still good business. Fertilizer prices are back down, which means corn. Just install a bit of corn. Corn is still highly demanded. And infrastructure in Antioch is tanked. Right, the trade center is causing its problems. All the roads are blocked by Teamsters loading and unloading cargo every day. Okay, that also restored our bureaucratic efficiency. So that new office might have been unnecessary. Or might have been very necessary. Alright, so our glassworks exists. It's online. Glass is cheap. Meaning, glass can go in the market squares. Yeah, so 5 per rank of city. And basic glassworks is 30 points of glass. Could even make a little bit of ceramic, because we do have the dye out there as well. Yeah, trades 20 points of glass output. Which... Actually, yeah, at this level, that's most of the glass this place makes. So, no ceramics. That is a very drastic change of gears. Glassworks will just be a glassworks. No input goods on barracks. Yeah, weaponry is difficult right now. Don't even pretend that we're importing cannon. Just let that one go. tool supply remains strong. Once we have the infrastructure boosting abilities... Well, it's going to take a presidential decree to get everything started there. So that's what we'll do when it's time. When it's time. What can I do law-wise? Declare free trade, not much support for it. Let's get multicultural. This, because of the reformer in the landowners, this should be viable. Then, well, I'll hold off on separating the church, kind of relying on the church to make this reasonable. Yeah, let a week pass. Anger bar is pulling back up a little bit. Have ports to build here. Put 4 more buildings there. Port, cotton, wood, corn. Build a bit of farm on that coast for quick returns. Peru, Bolivia have merged. As will happen at some times. They already like us. Maybe? Yeah, they're fine with us. Strong as Brazil's army, 46 professionals and 19 reservists. That's half-ish of a gun factory. We can put that down the list for a while. Population is still getting that slow growth from having healthcare. Still attracting no migrants. And I'm not worried about having sulfur paper. Regular paper will do well enough for our internal purposes. Likewise, the lead glass. If we had lead, these would be great, but we don't. Luxury furniture might be worthwhile if I produced a little bit of hardwood. Just had one of my smaller lumber mills switch over. Try that out. Creates fancy chairs that are overabundant. That just means I could export my fancy chairs to Mexico or to Peru, Bolivia without using any convoys. Get a share. And that is... Well, no, that one isn't. Yeah, hold on. You prioritize softwood. Over here. There, get that Amazon hardwood. The government isn't going to stop being in conflict until I've got even more of my radical legal changes over the board. Gross. Yeah, radicalize the shopkeeps. Running out of credit limit would mean pausing construction. Miserable. Let me decree road maintenance over there and see if it has a positive feedback. Send President Garcia into the streets personally to direct traffic. So in anticipation of that, yeah, coal is good, iron is a bit light, but we're also about to get better mining machinery. Mexico successfully resisted America. Alright, that's a good sign to just see AI Mexico able to do that. They had a major power ally, but that's one of the valid ways to do it. The treaty port of Mobile, Alabama. Good times. And that's a handsome border. It's a border with teeth. Hold on, what do you mean? Why do you still have low market access? I did build you port. People are working there. Where's your infrastructure? Weird. Are people moving out of here? No. Is there infrastructure? Weird. Well, in that case, maybe I delay these projects specifically to get the railway started. Finish that cotton plantation, just to have it done so that it can't be stolen from me in some sort of upcoming bankruptcy. It won't actually be a bankruptcy. We can cover our expenses by just stopping construction for a while. Which will hurt like bankruptcy, but the economy will be secure. Steel mill, the motor works, and then also the tool shop. Okay, 2 of those and then our first railway. And then the tool shop. That is our build order here. Guess the difficulties of having to put the boats up on rollers and drag them across the big dirt path. There has to be a better way. Or I guess if the, yeah, since the Andes penalty is a percentage, that means each of these ports is worth 4 infrastructure instead of 5. That would also do it. So that would balance the books over there until it's time to start delivering more things by train. Oh, I could also gut public wages for a while. Buy the book. Take it slow. Even as the temperature rises. There we go. Now we're riding the line a little bit. That credit will last for ages now. Bessemer. Which, yeah, we're working on water tubes. Boiling. And then there's not much else tech-wise right now that's of immediate use to us. At least on the production front, so maybe hydraulic crane? Or maybe circle back around into social stuff. But think about steel frame. What if we just jump right in to skyscraping? 1852, thinking about that economy. The number's still going up. Need more prestige. Do need those public wages to keep our prestige. We have a year to fix that, though. Our status will not shift. So, tubes. Means condensing pump. Coal mine. Condensing pump would be a very slight loss for you. Which, close to breaking even, that's good. That means you're subsidizing everyone else with your extra coal. That means this coal mine will suffer. Or it will benefit from just putting more coal into the world. Someone will find a use for it. Try to go straight to Bessemer Steel. Street lamps are already as bright as they can be. I don't need to free up labor anywhere yet, so the other two boiler modules, those can just hang out. Once the steel mill exists, it will be time for steel tools. Psychiatry. And final restore public wages. Slightly restore military wages. Fully restore military wages. We have credit for days. Austria. Nothing bad could come of this. Look, the Kaiser just wants to help out a buddy. It's fine. It's fine. £1 million! What could they even ask us to do for them? Nothing. It's fine. It's free. What interest could Austria have in us and our surroundings? Do they have any interest in South America right now? They are allied with Mexico. Okay, no, they're allied with Italy. The other white, right, green, white, and red. Alright, what else? You're improving relations with China. You have strategic interest in Mexico. And in Brazil. Alright, so you're kind of eyeing us up as a potential local ally. Are you our trade partners? Who even buys things from us? Take sugar in your coffee? You take wood? Currently selling wood to Venezuela. Could I extend our customs union yet? How do the neighbors feel? 40. So 10 off. Also 40. So we'll keep working on that. El Salvador, what do you think? 64. None interest. Mexico, absolutely not. They see themselves as the large brother in this situation, and they're not wrong. Okay, the steel mill exists. Hello, steel mill? Steel mill. Hey, steel mill. Love to see you. So, you want to attempt to make the big steel using the big iron, but nothing uses steel yet. I fix. Tool shop. Healthy and strong. Heart of the country. We make the hammers, we make the pliers. Look at that. Look at that. Nothing to it. Easily done. And now I should be able to install the atmospheric pump here, well, the condenser pump here, which that'll be an immediate detriment because of the iron price going down. But then I also up construction by 1. And just like that, good number for big economy. We have an entire gold bar in the treasury. No problem. Ramp our way up to 20 or so output. Yeah, it should be 20 output now once the building is fully staffed. Which will be 1 project at about full speed. And the elections are getting closer to ties. Church is getting angry. The church is always angry. Still off by 10. I have bureaucracy to spare, though, so hey, market view. Venezuela, what do you got? You got fruit. You got fruit for days. You have so many banana. You have coffee. You have want of fancy shirts. Who doesn't these days? You have fabric. You aren't using any industrial goods yet. What if I sell you coal? Your people aren't using coal yet, but just you wait. You heard of this stuff? You see this? That's steel. This is a hammer. Sell this hammer to Peru, Bolivia. Buy orders are emerging. They've heard of coal. They want it. Try it for yourself. So I guess as well, another thing to just check in on here. Hey, the countries that did enter our customs union, how's that going for you? Costa Rica, your number drastically went up once you were part of the union. And Honduras, likewise. It's good for economy. It just makes sense. El Salvador is still reluctant. We need some very high volume trade to try and convince them. Okay, the engine works is alive though. There they are. They're waiting. Once we give the signal for the trains to go, once the trains have somewhere to go, then it can begin. The gun factory to exist. Also, yeah, with this being the bones, just imagine the thing's not yet implemented that could be the core subjects of future DLCs. The savings bond DLC. The housing market DLC. It's free real estate. Alright, 11 weeks until the first pilot railway is up. The steel mill is also stalled out, right? Okay, it's productive, it's just at its limits. Infrastructure is bad. Currency standards DLC. How much gold is in the treasury? How much silver is in the treasury? What rates are you offering for exchange? Do you think your people trust you enough yet to just start printing the paper? Should your people ever trust you to print the paper? 50-50 on multiculturalism. Multiculturalism supported by landowners. If you could have your currency backed by different materials. The bearer of this bill is entitled to 46 tons of coal. Redeemable at any state-owned railway. Okay, railway is up. Train, go. So, 1 point of steam railway generates 50 transportation. Provides 20 infrastructure. Less the penalties for us being in the Andes. So... Service is still fairly in demand. Glass has become expensive. Could extend the glass works. Public trams would be using a bit much for rail capacity. I guess to start, the thing the rails need to do is move the coal and the iron and the steel. The railway's first job is to feed the railway. And just go ahead and install the water tube boiler. going to scale up the toolworks to rank 2. Which we have the steel for. We kind of have the wood for. Could use more wood. And we can get that wood using the railway. So... things are about to take off. Should no longer require a presidential decree to keep those roads open. Put a tax on the fancy chairs. And states are starting to enter turmoil, so the moment we get this law through, that's our status quo for like 10 years. Moment that law gets through. Yeah, so here we're being limited by not using enough engines yet, but we will. 30 engines is enough production to run 3 points of railway. Where do I put them? Is probably there and there. Build up the core. Or even put both of them up in the mountains and just have... have this just operate off of its ports for now. The ports will do fine. Port, logs, corn. Logs are also doing fine up here. Wait for the trains to arrive. Could stand to get more hardwood. Let's finally make more clothing. We have plenty of fabric, and dye is very easy to acquire down here in our market we've created. Which, just always keeping in mind, hey, think about it. If I focus up on one or the other first. Let's see, what trade routes do I have? The Venezuela route is kind of dead. The Ecuador route is also kind of dead. What is going on in your sphere? All your coal demand is going to go away. You make fertilizer that you aren't using. What of the issue that your market is small? Small and reasonably balanced. Anger intelligence to take some authority. Tank some authority, rather. Yeah, plenty of coal to be had, so let's use that to also strengthen the tool shop. Now we start to see situations where labor saving will matter. Get the gun factory. The gun factory, fix up. Okay, but now you've just decided to have more infrastructure. Just because you grew a lot? I guess. Cancel that port. Throw another stack on the local coal mine. Or, nah. Go easy on the tool supply. Instead, yeah, take a rank of copy. World's second greatest tool shop. Hammer capital of the West. Which, yeah, we have most of... We have all the productivity tech. The only remaining tech upgrades for the tool shop are labor saving. Or, like, indirect benefits of making the steel mill better. Engine maker's also doing pretty good. Sort of a fundamental issue of trying to trade with my immediate neighbors. We have the same climate. We have the same production conditions. Anything we can make, they can also make. America offers a trade agreement. Acceptable. We have an opium shortage. Who wants opium? Barracks. Someone has implemented battlefield medicine somewhere. Not us. That railway goes in. Boost textiles. And then finally create a food factory. One bakery will exist. Splitters. Confounded Parliament. Alright, how are our various construction goods doing? Iron is still most of our build cost. Tools are healthy, iron is undersupplied. Well, one way to fix that. Further deepen the iron mine. A very healthy local arms industry. Slightly reduce our reliance on imported guns. We'll need to make it much bigger in order to actually reasonably supply our army, but there we go. Now at least people are getting paid? Collect the wages, pay the taxes. Steel frame, though. Which also increases infrastructure from population. When we're getting cannery passively. Sports is out there. Getting hydraulic cranes passively. Yeah, let's dive for steel frame. We will build towers. Imports. Could I take folks that would be useful here? Could buy Ecuador's grain. None of them have lead. Could buy their fruit. Venezuela's coffee. so much less expensive than our coffee. Is our clipper supply actually suffering? Might need to look into that. Can sell engines to America. It won't sell engines to America. Good to know that I could, though. Oil prices are high. Okay, let's get our second rank of railway down here in Antioquia, actually. Especially since we need extra capacity to handle the fluctuations from the trade center. So, railway, iron mine, coal mine. I don't have many options for trying to actually drive up volume of trade yet. Not without becoming much more productive. Turmoil is there. Law, please. Cannot yet upgrade boatyard, tech-wise. I'd probably just want to keep it making normal sail ships for a while. Gotta let it die. Even the watered down version would still radicalize the church. Change tactics here. Find something else that's less controversial. Public assembly will always be controversial. Universal suffrage is not yet available. Secularizing would only completely anger the church. And would reduce the influence of the church. What about breaking up the guilds? Give that another go. The landlords are still under their reformer. Just need to let the dust settle for a little while. What if? A little attacks break. Coal prices remain high. I think that's the main thing I must attack, as I am doing. Transport costs are down because the new railway is up, driving up engine prices. So engine prices are kind of up there because of... Hold on, who else is using my engines? Well, presumably someone else in the network is taking this opportunity to start selling engines. Selling engines to America. America decided they want my damn engines. Well, there we have it. Odd new direction for our economy to take. We make trains. We sell trains. We hopefully keep making enough steel to make those trains. trade unions want to preserve mercantilism. Well, I guess as an alternative to free trade, they find that preferable. This is working as a cool-down activity for Parliament. More people accept this law than the other one. Tens of thousands of people de-radicalizing every day. Easily done. Marketplace of the world. We sell, I guess. That should put more people into the Intelligista. Wait. We did it? Wait, no, we did it. We did that a while ago. Yes. This is the new battlefield. 5 months of cooldown required before we can try again for full multiculturalism. I'll give it that time. Try and get the turmoil out of our system. Constant, gentle tapping of the gavel. Are the capitalists now a bigger force than the aristocrats? Where's the comparison here? 29,000 aristocrats, 9,000 capitalists. Slowly getting there. Just get a little tax reform. Right of assembly still gently upsets everyone. Or we can do the half measure here. Church and the bourgeoisie will dislike it, but the landowners will be actively happy. If we can push this while continuing to lose temperature. Might in turn get migration attraction up. Get us ready to open the border. And okay, with the new railway established here. Have local farms start using rail transport to move their very expensive goods, which will free up more people. We we can then bring into the city, into the coal mine, which is like being in the city. Need more motors. We'll get more motors. More motors, more steel, more tools. Drive the number up. Impose tax on coffee. Impose tax on life. Still, gradually vent radicalism. Just dwell on what else is available here. What other numbers should be pushed around? Keep the machine running smoothly. Motor works, then the steel mill, then the iron mine, in that order. Then, maybe, circle back around to stuff for up on the hill. Maybe start to think about consumer goods production. Just a bit. If we can spare the time. Very important to our standing in the international community. People need to know that this is a place where we kick the ball. It's a start. It's not the law we want, but it's the law that we can pass right now. Gets us closer to the law that we want. The one that's opposed by everyone but the intelligentsia. For now. but it will only radicalize the church. We just continue to strengthen the intelligentsia by finding other things they like. The number's under a bit of stress right now. It's been eventful times. Oh, the investment pool only builds agriculture under agrarianism, so let's change that so we can properly crack open those funds. How much investment pool have we just been sitting on unused? 62,000 bucks. That's some money. Using that to build Factroy. New numbers will arrive eventually. Let's see, what is the least valuable? Fancy clothes is the least valuable. Consumption tax right now, ditch that. New parties. Recalculating Parliament. Okay, the Conservative Party no longer has the landowner. Yeah, that was a while ago. The Industrialists have split from the Liberals to form the Free Trade Party. The trade unions have a party now. Who is your leader? Your leader is also a reformer. Right, and current president is from the church. We have no legitimacy right now. I need to fix government. Good country. Where it does feel weird that in order to get a government that can work with this priest, who is still our president, Garcia is still in office, I need to kick his party out of the legislature in order to achieve a 50-50. Just liberals? Okay. Liberal plus industrialist holds a bit better. The Grand Coalition has broken down. We'll see how long we can sustain this state of affairs. Things are still a little tumultuous. What's that turmoil do? Tax waste. That's what's hurting the economy. No one is paying taxes because they're mad about government. How do we fix? Is there any world in which I can put these guys back in? Yes, actually, if they're on their own. You keep the intelligentsia. There. That should reduce temperature. Radicalism plateaus. Steady. Steady. And I make a decree to cool it. That's like decreeing to cool it. Yeah, because like this turmoil isn't from poverty. It's from political anger. Right? Like the laborers here. You particularly angry about anything? Nah. No, the folks who shovel the coal, they're fine. They're chill. Machinist? Are you upset? Not particularly. The soldiers? The soldiers are fine. Okay, part of the problem is the taxes are too high because people are refusing to pay taxes because they're too high. Lower the nominal tax rate and see if people actually show up. It is an election year. We've managed to get this far in 1857. Maybe I can cool it on the radicalism for a bit. We're attracting migrants. There, that's the good sign of strong economy. More people are showing up. Where under our current laws, that will be restricted to other Hispanic people. But at least nominally, on paper, does include, like, Afro-Caribbeans. It is one step in a direction. Still charging the big taxes. New people can show up and immediately register. Just submit the following forms to the office behind the angry mob. Paper mill. Paper is running low again. Wood supply is good. Should install more paper. Or I could install a second paper mill up in the hills. Yeah, that seems like a move. Start building stuff on the peak. First, shore up the iron supply. Got this perfectly good debt here. Sure looking forward to defaulting on our debt. It'd be a shame if someone were to appear from over the horizon, some brigand, some rogue, and make off with all of our valuable treasury bills. Okay, so Conservative Party is still getting half of the vote. Conservative Party that no longer contains the landowners, who are now off here in the corner with their peasants, just wondering what went wrong. What even is this country anymore? Church is down to 9% overall strength. They only have influence because they are melded together with the rest of the purple block here. Current president is a soldier. And a moderate. Brave, traditionalist, operator, and diplomat. "25% from government conflict." I guess that is, the parties are still angry. But mostly they are angry by way of temporary events. GCR and the Industrialists are the two strongest complete groups. Radicalism is going back up. Bring factory men back into grid. Bring every official party? No. But bring in the unions and leave out the factory owners. How many people actually follow your party? 7,000 people who generate 865 political power. Good to have found another graph. 60,000 people follow the rural party. 50,000 people follow landowners, whereas union membership, okay, backed by 34,000 people, 17,000, 10, 17, 21. So by raw head count, the rural folk are actually the strongest party. Should be trying to include them in as many governments as I can. Maybe. Okay, legitimacy also mostly affects law speed, so if I'm not trying to change anything at the moment, then I could just tank my legitimacy in order to say that everything is fine. To have everyone under the umbrella. Bring in the rural folk, but throw out the Social Democrats. 43%. Try this for a while. No way I'm passing militia. Secularizing is almost on the table. I could get... Secularizing is necessary before I can do the other things. Yes, right. We cool it for a while. I try to find a cabinet that makes this number go down. America is attacking Mexico. Russia, Colombia. Oh, right, we have a defense pact. We are automatically on side. Well, this will be a time. Russia is on our side, though. They're trying to take... and they've called us out. They're specifically pointing at us. We sold you engines, and this is how you repay us? How dare you? Venezuela, what do you think about customs union? Forget the other news. How about we just discuss trade? Everyone is still that 10 points off. We could achieve greatness. Then things would change. Well, we're about to hit default. But maybe that's fine. We're still agrarian, which, actually then with that in mind, I should do a round of farm building so I can get at the subsidy money. That would have return on investment. Like, as important as it is to continue propping up the big machine, which we're overbuilt on engines again, that's good. Someone will buy them. Probably want to... Investment pool can be spent on agriculture, plantations, ranches, and infrastructure. Which, okay, that's also why the economy has been very happy every time that we build a railway. Because those are getting subsidized by the farm owners. So, what's good in farming right now? Coffee, tobacco. Coffee and tobacco. And of course, corn is not dramatic, but it is powerful. It's useful. We could deploy butchering tools to our ranches. Beef those up a bit, as it were. Coffee, maize, tobacco, livestock. In descending order. Like, yeah, okay, there we go. Just by putting a farm up top, now the investment pool kicks in, and that pays for our construction for a little while. Venezuela offers a full alliance. Brother. But do you want customs union? You give economy. You receive economy. Come on. Just do it. We'll have to make our number go higher. Which, again, to stop a moment to point at, I like this. I like that getting the economy running is not some no-brainer, just always throw the biggest machine on the pile. But this is a delicate, powerful device. Economy is strong, but easily startled. Cut back on laborers at the lumber mill. Over here. And at the coal mine over here, because that will free up more people to go work at those farms. Yeah, likewise, trim this coffee plantation. Yeah, that should be now enough bodies to go work on all of those and still have a bit of flex. Now the moment the investment pool ran dry, which it has, we're back up to our previous amount of the red. But that's fine. Still means that we're capturing that value and putting it to work. It means that we should have the construction industry go to sleep for a while. So we clear the debt. During which time I can relax the consumption taxes. Which will drive up quality of life, maybe? Drive down radicalism, maybe? Radicalism. Down from standard of living. Down from unfulfilled political demand. Down from recent change in government. Okay, it's mostly actually quality of life that has people fussy. So that is something where I could try tax cut. Tax cut and default. Panic. No, most needs to collect every available tax. Fancy chair tax will endure. The crisis didn't pop off. America blinked. Okay, so our market and things that need to enter or leave it in order to make more money. Strong import demand for coal and tobacco. Considerable export potential for dye. Agreed. Okay, there's iron and fabric surplus right now, but part of that is because construction was shut off. Big import demand for clothing. Or wait, I could be buying El Salvadorian clothing. Use some of this where possible. Try and up local trade volume. And hey, Venezuela, send me your cigars. Ecuador, send me your cigars. I have misplaced mine. Would like to borrow yours. Trade agreement with El Salvador? Okay, but what if you made the good agreement closer? Closer? Well, about the same. Not trying to pass any laws right now. How about the everything government? The No Landlords Club. remove the peasants. The peasants are mostly politically inactive anyway right now. Population continues to slowly grow. And we have a core of loyalists. Don't like that corner on the number. A thing you hate to see. When the number bends, terrible. And we are receiving some migration. Though some of that migration is also just internal to the country. People are rearranging. Try to resume constructing. Glass shortages. Like outright shortages of glass now. Guess I have to relent and scale back the urban centers. Back to the traditional wooden markets. Can almost implement public transport. We were in default for a moment. The moment construction stops, we bounce back off of the bottom. Okay, why don't you have any market access? Your local infrastructure is bad. Well, that's your problem. You should work on that. Import Bolivian shares. Sell cloth to Venezuela for a while. Sell some steel to the US. Sell some iron to Russia. If I'm not using these resources, I may as well send them somewhere. Keep that capacity running while we figure out... While we try to trick someone into buying our debt. This is eating up 4,000 per, I think this is a weekly number? Yeah, weekly. It would be nice if you could still access your 5 free points of construction, even while otherwise stalled. Trade agreement with Venezuela. Acceptable. You know, the real trade agreement. Our economies should get married. Our economies should get married. Get in, Venezuela. That will free up a bunch of bureaucracy that I can use to seduce Ecuador. Now we're getting somewhere. This is momentum. Watch this. So the very next week, Venezuela. Look at your chart. And nothing has changed. Then you look at your chart, and still nothing has changed. Just give it a minute. Sometimes economy needs time. So... goods with potential. These chairs from France. Buy shirts from Britain. Sell fabric to France. Buy coal from Austria. Yeah, reproduce the approval of the armed forces. What will you do about it? Well, radicalism is still building anyway. Everyone's mad. How much longer will those be on you? "23 more months." They're gonna be mad anyway. I should just throw them out. My parliament now. Now nerds live here. Nerds live here, and they're going to change trade policies so that our factories will properly subsidize our construction. Speaking of, give it another sprint. See if we can get anything else done. Okay, although bringing Venezuela into the Union means that coffee is now wildly abundant. Yeah, fortunately we're already selling that. We have the big coffee exports. Okay, that ideological differences modifier is currently very easy to game. It's just a matter of, do you have the same parties in control? Also, let's see if I cannot yet declare official interest in the Caribbean. Got to rank up. Gotta get big. Bring in that Swedish iron. The tool shop is contributing to the pile. Well, good. May as well finish that iron mine. Negative 33 infrastructure. What? What? The trade center moved here. The disease. Well. Hold on. Need to fix this. There's too many trade routes. No Russian sugar export. Just the one big batch of coffee export, okay. Still selling grain to Ecuador. Or no, I'm importing grain from Ecuador. Our stock exchange that is just this roving gang of ruffians. The economy circus that barges into town. Shuts down everything so they can shout prices at each other in the square. Okay, iron mine is up and running hot. As the trade center jumped back down. No, we have two of them. Two of them. Too much commerce. Need to install this railway, need to install this bypass. The entire valley is just blocked wall to wall with densely packed stockbrokers. No one can do anything. Traffic is too high. Hold on, this logging camp is laying people off? Tools are too expensive, right, because you have bad market access, so you can't get at the tools that we have. Fighting in the streets for a single hammer. This hopefully gets a hotfix in the near future. It's a bit much to have 40, 60 dead weight on the grid. It would be less bad if the number of trade routes that you run were not partially outside of your control. Like, I can cancel the ones that I initiated. But then the AI can always just point at me and be like, you, sell. Stop importing chairs. Stop importing shirts. Never mind that that's probably what's been making the quality of life go up at all. Ending the chair shortage. Nothing ends the chair shortage. Coal? Is coal really all that short right now? Not really. Well, because I'm importing half my coal, we might need to dig up more coal. Economy under pressure. Motor industry stalling out. We're not running enough rail. We need more train, not less. Thanks, free trade. Only we could tariff. Well, we'll relieve a little bit. Alright, what are the current leading causes of more radicalism? Still standard of living. Back to default. Fruit tax would be pretty productive. The banana tax will lead us out of this. Okay, will that law prove popular? Peasants and clergy are now have gotten together and are demanding that we strip women's rights. They do be like that. They don't have right of assembly. Through all of this, we're still acting under censorship. Instead, I directly act to antagonize those groups. How much power could they really wield? 56,000 rural folk and 10,000 clergy. Support the current situation. How many divisions do they have? The landowners who now have less influence than the people who work in their fields. I'll allow a month to see how the number goes. It's mostly the church and the peasants who dislike the situation. There any amount of a labor crunch going on right now? Nope, there's still peasants around. Okay, now the investment pool has a bit of weight behind it. There's some spice. Yeah, there's 3,000 in construction subsidy. Try to dip into that. There. This is the law that will make good economy. Yes, we were running green while the pool had reserves. Even now that the pool has emptied, that's still covering a sizable chunk of our construction costs. Let's try to hit the heart of the problem. Finally get a bakery. The motor industry is happy. Okay, it looks like radical numbers have plateaued. Steel! That thing we have been researching this entire time. Steel building. As we're near being able to go after the canal. What production methods might help dig faster? Sewing machines? Sewing machines. And there is complementary infrastructure available in the forest. That would let me bring out more hard and soft wood. I'm just gonna toss a couple of those up the order. Right, also, yeah, the commerce gang, the trade pavilion. There's also a big heap of business jobs disrupting the local population. Gathering of the top hats. Going to build my way out of that logistic shortfall in a moment. Open hearth. Because we don't have internal production of explosives. I'm just going to see how well we can handle with not relying on dynamite in our mines. Until such time as maybe our customs union contains a producer of sulfur. You know, maybe. If they feel like it. If they feel like it. Still this issue of the AI is really hesitant to crack open a new supply chain and do something with it. You have the sulfur. Please. My children. They need it. Radical number is still going up for now. Put the trade unions in charge of medical health, mental health. Unionize the therapists. Ecuador wants trade agreement. Why have trade agreement when you could have union? You could have union. Join Union of Customs. You'll save so much paperwork if you just let the goods flow free. Embrace. Right, they need a moment to think about it. Yes, market. That also means all of my Ecuador trade routes are clear. But export fruit to China. Send banana to the Emperor. Import Bolivian clothing. Import grain from El Salvador. But then also don't get too wild, creating more trade routes or the stock market will erupt into the streets again, causing panic. Population still grows. I have the bureaucracy to incorporate the Amazon territory. Will take 20 years. That's fine then. Restored the capital's connection to the rest of the world. The blockage is cleared. Economy can flow freely again. Make more boats. People here are fully employed. Sell more train tickets to the local plantations. That saves work. And the mines were already on the network. You too. No one even works at the banana plantation. We have nowhere to sell banana. going to bring the hardwood out from the Amazon. Will also help reduce construction expenses a little bit. How much iron is needed though? It's also time for more tool work. Which in turn makes it time for more steel. Or for a better way to make steel. Would go open hearth. Which is exactly what we're working on inventing, so there you go. Okay, red number going back down. We have plateaued. Half a million people outraged over wild radical behavior of our first few presidents. We can gradually bleed that off. Well, the liberals might even win an election. Imagine that. They could run on a platform. Multiculturalism. Or of ending censorship. Right, good. Both those lumber mills are in. And get both of them running on rail transport. Get those savings. The Conservative Party is shattered. They're all on their own now. A great victory. Can all die mad alone. Send the bananas to the Emperor. And look at that. You join the customs union and your line goes up. It's that easy. Get in the economy to have good number. Honduras gets the good number. Nicaragua gets the good number. Well, oh, that's a population. Economy, also good. I can declare an interest now. Okay. Caribbean. Start throwing influence around there. No one we can negotiate with right now. But, hey. Hey, El Salvador? Think about it, though. Imagine what you're missing out on. Argentina? Uruguay would do it. Uruguay would do it for a favor. Welcome to the team, Uruguay. Get in. Get in and get strong. Do you have shares or grain? These are the things we don't make here. We're about to finally open the bakery after thousands of years. The Liberal Party with 47% of the vote. Just done. Radicalism is only dropping slowly, though. Get that right of assembly. We can achieve the freedom of thought. We've had, like, no money or time to spare to try to set up a university. America's afraid of our customs union. They envy the banana. They cannot compete. Use my free reform to that. I'm going to keep my overall legitimacy higher if I can. Although, no big coalition, not anymore. Those days are gone. Doing a pretty good job of racing the beam here with our construction budget. Alright, since I may as well look at longingly. Steel frame buildings need glass and explosives. Those things that are, well, one of them is just off the table for us right now, and the other is one of those perpetual, everyone always eats more glass. Only we had lead. Only someone would dig up their lead and then get in the Union. Would declare a rival. Sending a series of call outposts by telegram. Well, no. Still too soon for that. By courier. By express horse carriage. Now I can afford to negotiate with more countries in my vicinity like Haiti and Cuba. Think about waving that invite around just a little more. Argentina seeks a defensive pact. That's more like it. And yeah, a construction yard costs about 5,000 bucks to run right now. We are building as much as we can afford, which is good for economy. The bakery lives. Behold, finally. Fans and regular still not. We're not gonna get glass consumption involved here. And we have sugar, so hey. Hey, bread. A revolution in consumer goods begins now. Just crack open a jar of bread every morning. Beautiful. Adequate profit margins and just producing this volume that's immediately taken up. We have rum. Finally. Defensive pact with Uruguay. Okay, and this is also countries have been calling in the obligations we offered them for customs union purposes. Who else could we sell the banana to? Send it to France. We have just the one banana plantation, and it's very exclusive. If you don't book your place at it now, you don't get any banana. So close to a tipping point here. Almost doing it. Just need a few more business to work margins for good number. We have plenty of labor pool left to tap into here. Yes, it'll be like the shipyard is lower priority. It makes our ports expensive to run, but that's not all that important. Also, I don't need to upgrade that port right now. Yeah, so you will take a rank of tool shop. Go with that rank of iron mine. And is everything here using the boilers? Yes. Is using the boilers, everything is on the rails. Oh, I could have my fishermen use boats. They've just been fishing with their hands. Afford to put the glass back into the market stalls. Not really. Also, this doesn't reduce labor, it only converts it. Oh! I could put the public trams in. That relieves some labor. Now there's more people who can work at the tool shop once it upgrades. Our rice farms, they are slightly better at raw grain output than other grain farms. Otherwise, they still just kind of have the farm modules. Actually, wait, right, we have tools. Well, there was no grain out there. Are there any places that were both out of workers and possessed of grain farm? All of our corn is back here. Alright, so the next time I go to build anything extra here, I can give out some scythes and pitchforks. You know, for good, peaceful applications. Radicalism is still going down while we push for right of assembly. Good. Good. Also diversify these farms. Now that there is local demand for fruit. Maybe even for wine? You know, for corn wine? Got there. Assemble. Celebrate. Corn is abundant. There will be many canned lunch. Okay, knowing that those extra farmers are available, I will add to the glasswork down here. Okay, I don't need these railways yet, actually. So take those off of the list. Like, I could build the railway out here, and it would net give me, like, I would have 2 buildings worth of workers left after actually staffing the railway. 2.5. And then out here, you would put these 3,000 people working on the railway, and then nothing else. Self-defeating. Don't need railway all the way into Colombia and Amazon. Do want the one on Panama, maybe? No, not really. Not at this point. We'd get that 1 point of Panama infrastructure by other means. We'd give them a port. In which case, then it would be time to build up the shipyard. At least have it as an option. What coal mine is this? Down here. And okay, with current labor-saving tech, a lot of things are getting closer to 3,000 people per rank. That mine isn't really... It's not a high priority right now. No, tools, shipyard. Furniture, paper, glass. Just one good business away from doing the thing. We're about to achieve such a breakthrough. Rank 3 university and a rank 3 arts academy. If I shut down this university, rebuilt it up on the hill, and then put one additional stack on them. Still need more paper. Better access to the paper that you use. Oh, did I ever implement the sewing machines? I did not. Nor the mechano looms, which are another labor-saving venture, so for now, not yet. There we go, sewing machine. Sewing machine fixes everything. Okay, and I have multiple labor-saving things to opt into here in the Highlands. All eyes converge on the capital now. It's time to build this up a lot. Or possibly as well. I will need to free up labor to go work down here in these. In the absence of immigration to come in here. Yeah, people are currently abandoning this spot because of the turmoil. You need to let the population cool down. Movement to restore censorship, movement to enact wealth voting. What else can we do to ignore their complaints and instead press on for good economy and better society? Liberty. Liberty? Liberty. Liberty? Liberty. The furniture shops can also mechanize harder, which will add more workers. Increased chair output. Yeah, don't want to stress the supply of tools at all. Wait for the tool works to finish. People just figured that out on their own. People will figure out baking powder on their own. And we're also getting dialectics and shell artillery passively. A crisis. Brazil. A diplomatic play in Brazil. Paraguay is fighting. They're colonizing. I have no stake in this. Peru, Bolivia, I want you to sell me sulfur. You heard of this stuff? It's in the ground? Bolivia. Please. My family. I know you have the sulfur. Look, just let me send some guys over, and they'll dig a hole. They know where it needs to go. Price of engines is up. How is the motor work doing? Wildly. Okay, so we could use another layer of this. Or no, you're not running at full speed right now. You can ramp up. Yeah, the motorworks is variable output. It's capable of running up to 80 engines. Abolish the tax on fancy chairs. Soon we will all, well, many of us will have places to sit where previously we could only stand. Yes. Precision tooling for the fancy chairs. Liberty is now guaranteed. Still haven't invented the idea of not having children work in the mines. Strange, fanciful science fiction idea. Church would hate this, but moving to private health insurance also would weaken the church. Or I could attempt the maneuver of going back to no healthcare briefly, so that the church is then like, okay, we have to have some kind of hospital, and then I put them on the public health insurance. They will back this if the alternative is nothing. Good to see the trade unions up to 13% power. They grow. They thrive. None of the former conservative bloc have been able to reassemble a party. 24% support for multiculturalism. Need to let the turmoil cool off. How did the market access in Panama get even worse? Something must be done to improve transport relating to Panama. It's a serious concern. Build them a harbor. Always that infrastructure wobble when you're just very close to the limit. Yeah, build another port there. Build another port. Well, right, yeah, I already queued up the one port. Though, those provincial concerns may just have to wait in line because the future is right here. 61,000 peasants would love to come into the city and do the big work. Or even just come into the nearby countryside to do the big work. There's coal in these hills. What is the world explosives market even like right now? If I were to just think about the idea of having dynamite, just briefly. France is the top producer of dynamite. Would France sell me dynamite? If I asked for it nicely? I could get 10 of it at a time? Oh, I'm out of convoys right now. Oh, so I do have a reason to build more ports. Alright then. Don't actually try to implement dynamite yet. Get that port up to size. Install port there. We already have some port here. Probably use port for that upgrade instead of railway. Or get at least one railway, yeah. May as well. No. Economy. We're going to build plenty of rails up in the capital, and those will astral project passenger trains into other parts of the country. You need to focus on making glass. You can make market squares. Do better. Okay, I can put 2 boilers at paper mill. Yeah, port at Panama. Paper mill at Panama. Don't actually put a paper mill up on the mountain. Not yet. Instead, would an art academy, it would kind of break even up here. May as well have 1 art to our name. Some nice sculpture. And we've been writing our credit rating pretty reasonably. Just barely cruising along. Could make more wool. Though, also, for fabric purposes, cotton is much more powerful. Or is it? It's okay, it's 40 fabric manually. Somehow I had a recollection of cotton being even larger. Okay, cotton is 100 when you auto-irrigate it. That's what I had in mind. Once we have pumps. So until then, sheep are reasonably competitive when you intensive graze them. Yeah, that's actually same. Yeah, wool matches up pretty nicely. Guess we install some sheep up in the hills. Should be a sound investment. Yes, we try to redress the shortages of consumer goods, and thus begin to also make quality of life improve even slightly. Maybe if we had a second tool works up in the hills. If we had a second steel mill up in the hills. steel tools open up this coal mine. Do important engine driving things. Now that's valuable market data. You can borrow against that. Viewership futures. It's a store of wealth. Store of entertainment. Welcome. The numbers are moving, mostly in the right direction. 43% literacy. The schools are doing their job. If I could just steal the miter. You radicalize either way. If anything, I should instead push for more enthusiasm out of the intelligentsia. The economy is still going okay. 3 states are now officially in turmoil, but it's fine. Trade routes need convoys. Convoys need boats. Boats need economy. Are any of my routes dead right now? Nope, they're all alive. Going strong. Peru, Bolivia, I'm going to start asking you about the customs union. You better start thinking about it. You better start thinking about pulling sulfur out of the ground. It's right there. Haiti is concerned. Understandable. I think El Salvador is our next viable target for adding to the customs union. Argentina's very close, actually. Yeah, we can snag them. Need to identify some trades they would take. They have cloth, they want grain, they want fish. What are you doing importing coal? You have coal. Just dig up your coal, you weirdos. Buy a shovel. You are buying shovels. Buy my shovels. They're better. Have fabric, though. Send me that. In the mail. I send you hammer. You send me cotton. We signed the trade agreement, and all is good for like a month, and then we kick down your door. 5 more points of approval. You're on the fence, and I'm going to throw you off of that fence into a vat full of money. Just ask any of our satisfied customers. They'll tell you the number has never gone higher. Just look at all of this graph. So many numbers. Just start building. Don't stop. Don't stop until Austria buys out your treasury. And do it again. Alright, open hearth though. That is... Alright, so it is more steel for more iron. But not currently... Okay, the steel mill is already running hot because of the underproduction of steel. They're using all the iron that we have. Which just means we have to dig the mine even deeper. And other businesses will reap the benefit of having even more steel. Right, I think I've done all the labor saving that's available here, and now railway prices are a bit high. Could use more train. Or another way of putting it. Could take this train and install passenger cars. Trading 10 infrastructure that I'm not using for more tickets. There we go. Yeah, so there's much power in going in and micromanaging the modules. Just grabbing them one at a time and adjusting the knobs. The fishing port that's still run by the guild. The budget is perfectly balanced. It falls forward, and before it can hit the ground, it catches itself, and then resumes falling forward. It's called walking. It's fine. Oh wait, actually... Given that I just admitted that I need passenger cars, and baking powder is happening on its own, let's go back to steel rail. Do I have any discoverable resources? Yes. There's something waiting to be found out here. And that's up here. Maybe rubber? Maybe oil? And also something discoverable in Panama. We can afford to move slowly. Radicalism is trending down as we talk about dismantling the church. People love it. The Pope is not the man who makes the economy go up. Joe makes the number go up. Everyone knows it. Everyone respects it. If we just had some dynamite. And the mines could work even harder. Either dynamite or even stronger pump. It would be preferable to carry less of my overall debt capacity, but I've been successfully keeping pace with my credit limit for quite a while. We're just one good investment away from turning it all around. The only peso that matters is the last one. Or actually, probably dollar? I'm not sure which historic currency was employed here in Colombia. We'll make a new currency every week. Maybe the Real? Well, probably not the Royale anymore, since we got rid of the Ray. We do not need the Ray's money. Look at that, number's green. Number's fine. Number is happy and healthy. And just incidentally, as it popped into mind, there is in the settings gameplay. Yes, there is a colorblind mode. There are several colorblind modes in case any of the important data numbers are not readily visible. I can't speak for their quality since I'm none of the kinds of colorblind, but they exist. I haven't heard anything bad said about them. Number green. Number good. Number could be blue if you wanted it to. Number going up. Just needed more steel, more hammers. Simple, universal truths of the economy. It's made of hammers, it's made of pliers. Sometimes it's made of saws. It's made of iron. Every time your children go into the mines, they're doing valuable work for everyone. And okay, this coal mine is throttled back, but that's okay. You have coal supplies elsewhere, so that holds stable. People are concentrating up on the hill. That peasant number has been going up. Migrants are arriving and immediately heading up into the valley. So that's the reactor. That's where everything is going to happen. Maybe I do build that paper mill up there. We'll see. Does mean that we dig the coal mine up here. We dig the coal mine, we make the steel, we make the hammers. And then we have top scientists carefully analyze the folk music. Publish groundbreaking research. Alright, shipyard is happy, boat price is happy. Steel mill is happy. The motorworks is operating flexibly within its range of profitable margins. Have our president become a nihilist. Which, hold on, what? What party? He's already part of the intelligence, yeah. That wouldn't personally alter the party line on the subject. Yeah, they're already about liberty, multiculturalism, actively protecting speech, and total separation. So I'll just take the 10% enactment chance. Going to need another admin office. Oh, okay, probably I'm going to also need a fresh paper mill up on the hill. Or people will flock to the existing paper mill in Panama once the infrastructure is good. No one to work at the docks. There's no one to work at the docks. Would downsize this lumber mill. Yeah, there's plenty of wood to go around. Shrink the lumber mill. Diversify your output. I could close this government office. Or wait, I have new filing systems. So, also, yes, I could close down this admin office. And have the people there go to the paper mill. To make paper to go into the filing system. To make good bureaucracy. Okay, hold on. The rise of communism in countries like Britain, you say. Where saying internationalism will not be stopped by Parliament improves relations with... Are you implying... What of the Midlands? What of... Who's this guy? Emperor Fred Bridges. Wants to industrialize, advance egalitarianism, and also conquer the world. Leader of a constitutional empire run by industrialists, intelligentsia, and trade unions. Monarchy with wealth voting. Interventionist, protectionist, per capita tax. Religious schools and hospitals. Basic welfare. Still allows child labor. Still has no property rights for women. Interesting. Oh, they're under work to rule. Well, we don't talk about Problem Island. Not when there's economy to build. Look, the number got upset, just saying that. Do we have any other offices to turn up? Filing systems on, we do. Standardize all filing systems. Have our universities start doing philosophy? Or, nah, not yet. We don't have enough paper for thinking. The Arts Academy doesn't exist yet. There's no sense in speculating on what could happen there. The gun factory is inadequate for our current military needs, but it's at the right ratio for our current military needs. We just need to be big in it. Invent a better kind of small arm, really. Alright, baking powder. We can do even more bread. Strengthen bakery. It will be sausage and cheese. I need to kill a trade route. Like this iron import. Get out of here. Or fabric export to France. Share imports from Bolivia. Tear down a lot of these. Sugar export to the USA isn't looking as great these days. Trim down the trade routes that don't have, like, immediate political use to us as a bloc. Selling steel to America is a big money source, though. Selling dye to Russia isn't. We can close that off. There we go. That fixes tax efficiency. Brings us back into our normal operating margin. And we have briefly struck default. And that's fine. We'll bounce. Look, we got 4,000 in the investment pool now. Look, sometimes the state just runs a bit short and has to wait till Monday for the check to clear. Don't worry about it. $120,000 peasants. Capital is charging energy. Zoom. The paper mill goes up over there. do something to try and capture those employees, right? Or were they even laid off from? Steel mill's still doing fine. Iron prices are very clean right now. In fact, the iron mine might have been what was throttling back there. Well, okay, the iron mine was throttling back because we had cut off iron construction. So now as the yards rev back up, the iron mine will be happy again. There we go. Beautiful. Tangible. So, the thing to build here. That's right, it's more hammers. We won't put the tool works on the mountain. We won't put the steel works on the mountain. We're going to concentrate them down in the valley, where they do the good economy. Instead, we make more chairs and more shirts and more sandwiches. That's what we do on the mountain. Even particularly need more coal right now. We have coal to spare, so I can even delay opening this coal mine. Weaken the church. Look at that, now the number's fine again. Now that we rev the number. Paper mill will grow. Paper mill will draw people out of the other businesses in Panama. The presence of paper mill should make Panama a more attractive target for migration. And I do not quite need to make another admin office yet. So let's just scrape by without it. Also, delay parts in the glass. Not by that much. Delay the arts by more, since paper is the big limiter there. I think I will end up building the second paper mill up in the capital. Yeah, there we go. That's now competing with other businesses in Panama. An incident. War we're brewing. Okay, once again, Russia is backing Mexico. The US is attempting the usual. We'll see. They say that a lot. And after all that round of nice civilian construction, sneak in little arms deal as a treat. Small weapon factory. One weapon planet. War were declared. They shouldn't need us up at the front. We should be fine to just sit back here on guard. The real problem will be if the US Navy shuts down all of our trade convoys. Complete secularization. Now we make the public school. That opens the doors to a lot. And eventually we'll be able to circle back around and try again for multiculturalism. But for now, the church is bleeding. We can tear apart all of their assets. Alright, the industrialists are strong enough that going to public health would be difficult. Private health would work. Or no health, then circling back into public health. I'm less concerned about the churches running the hospitals, though. It's the schools where they have their impact. Oh boy, more cash reserve. That thing we always use. Good times. Oh, and that is a drastic upturn in population growth, which means we are attracting immigration. Because we have released the church's vice grip, we have opened the migration pool to non-Catholics. And now everything can happen. Maybe. Because the country is a little on fire. There are a lot of angry mobs that are not going to be happy that we're letting in non-Catholics. Now we must navigate through the fire. We do still have our migration control, but with how that works, discriminated pops are disallowed from migrating, which, with cultural exclusion plus total separation, means any Spanish-speaking person would be open. Or, you know, Polish, if they feel like it. There might be further degrees. I don't know the exact details of how the migration rules work. Oh, we've been made a migration target. Because that's another part of how immigration dynamics work here in V3, is probably in great part to help simplify the math. It'll happen in waves. It will be specific, like, flashpoints of this culture has decided to go over here, and then a wave will happen. So there's a migration wave of Polish people arriving. They'll probably head directly uphill into the capital to go make the bread. And it'll be great. Alright, steel rail cars are nice and inexpensive. Yeah, everyone is converging on the capital. Can I afford to... Yes. So, passenger cars for you as well. Electricity. Maybe. Or, okay, probably. Our production side is going well. Our army has not been tested. Let's pick up some society things. Some human rights things. And maybe also pick up civilizing mission, since that is the prereq for thinking about the canal. We don't have nearly enough bureaucracy yet, but maybe, with all these people flowing in, we'll have reason to do more counting. France, please sell us the dynamite. How much of it do you even have, France? Are you really using it all? You're really using it all. For what? Mostly for mining. Mostly for bullets. Understandable. Peru, you still aren't mining to dig up the sulfur. Peru! Peru, Bolivia. Why are you closed? Mexico would not... 30 points off with a favor isn't that wildly out of reach. They're currently in Russia's customs union. Check up on everyone else. Haiti is still very afraid of the idea of interacting with the mainland. El Salvador is almost... Well, they've drifted a bit because we're getting more ideologically weird. None of our peers are particularly happy that we just dismantled the church. Only 5 more points of persuasion to get Argentina on side. Okay, you're buying her. No, you have a sulfur mine, Argentina. You've done it. You're brilliant. They're really doing it. They're going to dig for the sulfur. Argentina, give me that. Give us your sulfur. Alright, will it explain why their market is unavailable to me? Is it because of the war? Do I need to start building a navy soon? Why are you closed? Must I dig a canal with the explosives I don't have? If things can just get a little bit better, then I can end the banana tax. Yeah, it might be their supply is just too weak. Or wait, interest zones, right, that might be... Yeah, we don't have another interest zone yet, and La Plata is separate from the Andes. There we go, that's the trick. We need to rank up. Gotta fix the number. To fix the number, you must fix the number. Then, the number. First you get number, then you get number. Steel mill. Looking good. But yeah, hold on. Hey. No, peasants are picking up here. Also, yeah, oh yeah. Here's a slice of Polish immigrants who have gone deep into the Amazon. They're kind of distributing themselves evenly around the country. Can do so much economy. Just pace it right. You're actually starting to fill the subsistence farms. Maybe time for a wave of agricultural buildings then. I can get those set up faster, or wait for fast setups, quick returns for good economy. More wood. Finish that glassworks because it was underway, but then lumber. Lumber for furniture. Lumber for TV game. Always the need for more hammers. Coal is good. Everything's good. Okay, so quality of life map. Quality of life in the lowlands, where things are heavily developed and there are many city jobs, are good. People are paid well down here. At the paper mill, at the tool works, at the tool works, at the tool works, at the docks. Life good down there. Life less good in the highlands. More lumber. Yeah. Take a small hit to research in order to push through the law. Always try to produce more corn. People always want corn. Only some wise and handsome great empire would buy out my debts. Oh, okay. Let us rescind the banana tax. Get our authority back. Possibly help with stabilizing the radicalism a little bit. A little bit, maybe. And okay, the banana tax quickly paid itself back in the increased consumption of cheaper banana. I'll now experimentally remove the cigar tax. The line is very excited with what we're doing. That means it's important. Allow a couple of weeks for the line to wiggle. For everyone to get a cigar. A good look at it. Give it a sniff. And right, so another consideration here is that meanwhile, over in the subsistence farm, so subsistence peasants have a wealth of 9. And there's not much you can do to alter that because there's nothing to install to improve the farms out here. They are better off, substantially, as cooperatives. If you excise the parasites, then they become kind of productive. They're still very small compared to anything more specialized. One of everything. The variety build. Coming soon, the sampler. Although, it is also very important to keep making the tool works larger and angrier. Make sure that it has a gun. Set up this alternating order. Weave together fast jobs with slow jobs. See, as long as the credit limit keeps going up, that means we're fine. Once again, America rebuked. Yo, Independent Cherokee. Independent Cherokee. I mean, they're not doing great economy-wise, but that's to be expected. Independent Cherokee. If I could infiltrate into there, put them into the Colombian Union. You got grain in there? You got some way to smuggle that grain out? So what is their current diplomatic situation? They owe obligations to Mexico and Britain, but aren't currently formally roped into their sphere. As you do. Argentina, are you finally ready to come to the table? No, still 5 off. Come on. Come on. You have the sulfur. We want the sulfur. We could do so much together with your sulfur. My sulfur. Everyone's sulfur. If fresh people who aren't mad at the government keep arriving faster than the existing people become radicalized, it's like a credit limit for the state legitimacy. So hey, shipyard, you could now make... Alright, that would not be wise. We don't have enough of a market for our boats, so sail it is. And I might now have good reason to be willing to wait 21 years to incorporate Amazon territory. Which also, just to have it mentioned in passing. Amazonia is a releasable tag. The territory is mostly over there. But it is on the table, recognized. Just had the explosives, I could think about trying to break through to steel frame construction. I think that is the stronger move than sticking with iron and scaling up iron. Hello, if must needs. Maybe I also just slide 5 more construction power onto the pile. Figure out how to pay for it later. But we pay for it by using it to build. It prints money. Schools, public. Debt, manageable. Credit limit extending. Yeah, health insurance is as it is. We would anger the rural folk and the petite bourgeoisie, who are tiny. And we would No, they would still be net happy, the trade unions. We release all migration controls and throw wide the gates. That will be easier to do than multiculturalism, and then multiculturalism will be easier to pass when we have more minority population that needs to be represented. Surely. Denmark has acknowledged our rivalry. I will defeat you. Blue Denmark. Right, need that admin building up. Or tax collecting. And okay, if this time, for sure, I let the population cool down and stop agitating them with constant drastic legal reform. The army and the petit bourgeoisie are requesting a secret police be formed. Well, that's an interesting idea you have there. Gun factory would help drive down the cost of maintaining the army. It is now important to keep the army online. Grain is in permanent demand. Everyone always wants grain. People love grain. Can never produce enough corn. The investment pool is covering our construction costs. In some way that might have been slightly misrepresented on that graph. Still though. Always need more iron. Art be done, except the art isn't done yet. Phantom art successfully provoked an event. Need that market access. Playwright. 10% chance or permanent 20 prestige. Wow, cool robot is a powerful button to deploy in the midst of political reform. Okay, glass prices are down, meaning glass demand can go up. Until glass prices go up. To make good economy. And I might put a second glassworks in the capital pile here. It's where people keep moving. It's where the work has to be done. must build more and more. Fancy chair tax, throw that back in. Or do I gamble instead on removing the service tax? What does that look like if I spin this wheel? If people flock into the cities for, I don't know, haircuts, shoe shines, newspaper? Whatever people do in cities. Delay the arms industry. And my glasswork is held back by our lack of lead. Austria would like to repay their debts. The debts they bought from me. Who send me lead? Could also make the bone china, though. Focus instead on having the glassworks make a lot of money. We'll see. I'll take the windows out of here. Glassworks, live your best. Okay, you immediately clear. No? Alright, yeah, porcelain's catching up. New luxury good drops. No one knows what to do with it at first. Lead is here. Start using the lead. And use more of the lead? How much lead are we at? There's 10 available. Okay, let that process. Yep, now it's in. You send us more. How's our convoy supply? Convoy supply is good. So I could always build more ports to bring in more lead to make glass for good economy. Or settle for making medium level glass. Use less lead. Use as much lead as they're willing to sell us. There. Now the glassworks is thriving. Just barely starting to dip into doing two things at once. You'll love to see that. And the motor work will have more resting load as we add more railway. And bounce. Another brief encounter with default. Just give it a week or two to catch its breath. Economy is tired, it deserves a vacation. Who doesn't? Okay, economy is very tired. Service tax is needed to hoist us out of the pit. Cigar tax can make a comeback. Turmoil is still in decline. And the investment pool is charging. Peru-Bolivia trade agreement, okay. But what if... What if the economy's touched? Argentina's in. We got him. Peru-Bolivia, still very on the fence. Yeah, because now we are both minor powers. Need to claw my way up to greatness. El Salvador? El Salvador is even more afraid of us now. We'll need much reassurance. I drag Brazil into the customs union. Start trying to influence them. And check up on Haiti. Haiti is still very pensive about the idea. Mexico would take some doing. I guess Peru-Bolivia becomes our next target for negotiation. Also, hey, if Argentina, you said you had sulfur. You opened a sulfur mine, I saw you. There it is. There it is. New plan. New bold leap forward to make good economy. Healthy and strong, we make the chemical plant. To make the explosives, to make the mines stronger. Then we'll have more iron. More iron, more buildings, more number. Also, with explosives, we can go to steel. Actually, you know, with that in mind as well, hey... lead. Peru, you also have lead. Maybe being in the customs union and seeing the demand for lead will convince Argentina to open their damn lead mine. What are your children even doing? Standard of living, steady, wobbling. It'd be nice if they separated this into 3 separate lines to track the individual classes. That would be important to check at a glance. Population number is slowing down a bit. Probably the Polish migration wave is ending. But the general migration wave is well underway. That's before we finish removing the controls. Relax the income tax and see what happens. Just do a quick check for Laffer curve. What do you think, credit rating? Decline? Okay, but if it stays there long enough to build the chemical plant, that fixes everything. Especially if we then also finish the logs. Rough day at the paper mill. You hate to see it. We don't know how to use dynamite in the mines. We do know how to use nitro. You learn to dynamite. But first, human rights, then dynamite. Alright, we're going to get another brief default. Most of the way through the chemical plant, though. Need full budget to bounce back from the credit limit. No borders, only number. Sulfur supply is low. The sulfur supply is low. I might need to import sulfur because someone isn't working at the sulfur. I'll give them a chance to notice. There are people in this state who need work. Surely they will grab a pick or shovel and get in the mine. Just all the further sign that we need even more tools. To get those tools, we need the dynamite. And, okay, so the chemical plant exists, though it is under-equipped. And through the magic of ammonium and soda, well, okay, first we'll do it gently. Shortage is there, preventing us from hitting real throughput. But we have one bottle of nitroglycerin. Hold it gently. Pour it like the baby. Bring it to the iron mine. Show it to everyone you know. It's not ready yet. Human rights attained. Dynamite. Just also check up on other notifications. We're low on convoys. Yeah, all of our military goods are expensive. As will happen. Input shortages all over the place, army related. Actually, wait, how is our boatyard? Is making enough clippers. What if we make some fighting boats for those in the block who keep a navy? And is the motor work is almost running at full speed right now. I wouldn't want to start making steamships without first increasing a number. Someone needs to start this engine. Come on. Just do it. Dig up the sulfur. Argentina. Build roads to your sulfur. Yeah, that would be the big problem here. They don't have any infrastructure around the sulfur mine. They have poor market access because they're bad at roads. Well, the chemical plant seems like it's a bit of a wash. I'll have it keep trying. Not sure to what extent just tolerating a shortage might be fine when operating a business. Maybe this will convince the French to sell me their dynamite. Maybe this will convince anyone to sell me their sulfur. No. No one sells sulfur. I did this, I would have 43 build capacity. That would very quickly bleed out and fall down. But I would have 43 build capacity. Revolution is brewing. Overalls are upset. Currently capped at 58 anger, though. Alright, roll back to iron building. It was just a test day of exactly one steel beam being installed. We like how it looks. We think it's a promising idea. The market just isn't ready for it yet. And that's okay. Wouldn't want to scare economy. When economy's current primary concern is we are not building factories fast enough in the core to keep up with the waves of peasants who are appearing, hoping to take advantage of the future. Okay, this is only causing a 5% penalty to iron throughput, so we're still getting more iron out of the dynamite as a result, at the cost of the iron mine not paying as much money. Which means that instead the steel mill gets to reap the benefits. The iron mine doesn't seem to have any trouble keeping people in it. Rifle. Which means better module at the gun factory. Which helps with defense spending. We still need a second rank of gun for our own army, if not also helping to keep our neighbors armed. Going to need to create a munition plant at some point. If someone would go mine the damn sulfur. You have even more of it over here. Argentina. Definitely on the list of fierce radical demands for features to add once the core systems are stable enough is I should be able to reach over into other countries who are under my influence and build things for them. More paper. Overwhelming votes for the free trade party. Well, there they are. Want to keep the IntelliGCO around for their support of multiculturalism. Okay, the opposition is weakening a little bit. You just get the law through. Also definitely need this port for more convoys. Row wide the gates. Stop having the border be closed. Which also, in case the excess here did indeed build up and become more than I could handle, this would let people leave. Now, let movement cool off. Let everyone cool off. Let everyone forget why they were even mad. Influence deficit. Nah, because the bourgeois are afraid. I declare more rivals. Paraguay. The Netherlands. This USA has been successfully contained twice, but they're still great power number 9. For rather major power, not great. Biggest of the smalls. $6,000 flowing into the investment pool. The credit rating. Yeah, vaguely stable. Just keep hauling. Yeah, like, actually... That's nearly half of our construction expenses covered by private investment. It's pretty good. Brazil has agreed to rival the Netherlands. See, we agree on something. Brother. The ceramics plant is doing well for itself. And the glass market has evened out for now. The art and the university back down into the pile. Alright, there's a crest in the population graph. There's the danger. Maybe I do restore migration controls. I appease those revolutionaries, cool things back down. And it's not like I wasn't getting people to arrive while still having customs. It's just too soon for open borders. Default. But also, where'd my damn money go? I have no bureaucracy right now. Why don't I have bureaucracy right now? My trade routes through? No. What happened? My admin buildings have no paper? Because the paper mill decided to be closed. Subsidize the paper mill with money we don't have? Or, okay, you know what? For exactly this situation... Okay, we're not currently in default, though. So, maybe. Maybe? Maybe. Maybe we just keep going. Okay, now we're back in default. Did that corn farm finish? I can just sneak in enough private investment to complete one corn. Why did all of my bureaucracy suddenly dry up? Liquidate more of my voluntary trade routes, I guess. We keep sending the banana to China. That's important. They like the banana. It's a great mark, national pride. Don't need to send tools to Peru, Bolivia. They're actually bringing the tools in themselves. Don't send my steel to the US. They're buying our boats anyway, unilaterally. Cut off their coffee. Yeah, let's be provocative. Engage in financial violence. We'll continue to import the stripy shirts. We have to choose between stripy shirts and dynamite, though. Importing grain from El Salvador. Cut that off. Don't sell America any more dye. Just last for like 2 weeks. No. They're not having it. Or are they? Not sure what causes me to bounce back out of default. Not by an additional construction sector. I scale one of them back to running on wood. Also, oh, hold on, hey, railways? They're short on coal. Coal mine is doing its best. I cut off the coal imports. That would do it. That's the thing my bureaucracy was doing. Counting the coal to fire the engine. We're very low on paper, though. Someone take the one sheet of paper you have and use it to write up a request to import Chinese paper. You receive banana, we receive paper. Okay, the bill to restore migration controls no longer has any momentum. Also, the revolutionary movement has cooled down. Without having to actually implement the law. Interesting. Still no controls on the border. Good. Then we're just multiculturalism away from having the array. What if I weaken the hospitals? No. Not for this. If I abolish the hospitals, also no. Unless... no. Don't have universal suffrage yet. The trade unions are the only ones interested in ending child labor. I invite them into the government. They would endorse tax reform. I do love a good tax reform. Elect good taxes for strong economy. Okay, we have a tiny bit of number green. Boilers exploding, as they do. They're full of boiling water. It's dangerous. Chemical plant continues to suffer. I'm going to accept that the chemical plant is not... It's not time yet. They're not ready. Need to import coal again. We don't mine enough coal. We dig the coal mines even deeper. Go to China for our coal. Or Chile. That would be strengthening ties with the continent. People are still very spicy. Though, as usual, it is mostly quality of life changes that make people pleased or upset. Do more labor saving with the rotary valve. We have infrastructure and we have bodies. Need coal. Make one corn farm, and then the rest of you better go in the mines. Gotta export our sugar. China. What about China? Take all of our overabundant luxury goods. You've tried banana. What about coffee? do love the banana. Level 10 banana export. Send us the paper. They don't have sulfur. They're not selling sulfur. They have sulfur. Where are you hiding the sulfur? China? You got lead. Do you offer competitive prices on lead? Okay, the budget's alive again. That's good. They're low on coal, even more so than we are. Go back to the Austrians, begrudgingly. Short on transport because we're short on engines. Because the engine house is understaffed. They'll work on it. That's temporary. Okay, population is on its way back up. Economy had a bit of a stumble, but we're rolling. Loyalists were down a bit. Radicals are steady. Would my overall logging operation be better going to hardwood? Yes, slightly. And it would benefit from rail transport. Right, we have that French dynamite here, allowing us to use nitro in the iron mine. If I also brought the nitro into the coal mine, that would relieve the pressure. And then, ideally, we switch over to better explosives any day now. About a year and a bit from now. Alright, we're back in the envelope. Riding the wave. Back to entirely iron frame construct, or tentatively. Not just the one for now. Once we pass the tax reform, will be all kinds of money. You take plausible money from the future, and then you spend it now. This is fundamental to economy. Nice. So we're back in default again. But radicalism is going down this time. Everyone would prefer to have better taxes. Wood is finally abundant. You do love to see that. Is this infrastructure shortfall happening because of shortfalls at the ports? Or otherwise, it's shortfalls relating to the people who are here? Seems like it. Anyway, rotary valve, save more people at the steel mill since they're understaffed. Deploy the spin-a-majig. Similarly at the tool work. There's no such device in the shipyard. Selling warships is keeping the shipyard open and operating, so good for them. The investment pool is a strange and wondrous device. Okay, we have rubber. We have additional rubber. This is one of our formerly hidden resources. Is there anything else here? Yes. Is anyone using rubber yet out there in the world? Yes, they are. Well, there's not much priority on that as an idea. But it is an idea. Until people calm down enough to resume paying their taxes, the economy will stay in a bit of a dive. Yeah, income, that's the one that they're able to, like, do fraud and wastage on. When will the turmoil cease? Okay, I have one desperate thought. We go to one steel construction yard and shut this one almost completely down. Just do it one rank of wood. Drops us to 16 production capacity. Changes up what our resource portfolio for building is. Might do enough to jostle the numbers. Population trending back down. Radicalism declining, though. Just finish one coal mine. Switch you off completely. Which also releases those construction workers to be taken up by the factory's tax reform. You heard of this stuff? Let's collect good taxes that work. Okay, we have enough explosives. Yeah, so the price of one of these is about a bit under 8,000 bucks to operate one steel frame constructor. And for that, we are getting 14 points of construction. And only having to hire 5,000 people. The savings that will save economy. Look, we could almost afford to run 2 of them. Think about it. Let a lot of other things happen first, but then could do a little construction. Now the iron mine doesn't need to work as hard, so I will stop using nitro with the iron mine. Steel mill's still doing fine, motor work is doing fine. Farms are mostly okay. Sugar. No one is working here right now. Because no one is buying sugar. But I have trade capacity. I could send the sugar to Austria. And we have good taxes that people want to pay. Finally hold off on multiculturalism. Let's let the number turn around. I can even afford to run. I can almost afford to run non-maximum taxes. I could afford to lift the cigar tax while running maximum regular taxes. Did we ever find support for, hey, yo, though, yo. Alright, at some point we unlocked the ultimate military law. No parties benefit, just more soldiers all the time, faster. The rural folk and the landowners will be frightened. The armed forces will be confused. 60% initial support. Give everyone a uniform and a knife. Dynamite is now known. Give everyone dynamite. Electricity could also be a very big deal for improve society. For more big economy. Set myself up to be better. Set myself up to be ready to make a bid for the canal. To want to prevent anyone else from making a bid for the canal. That's my dirt. I am Panama. Take these out of the queue for the moment. So, railway over here. And then back to many, many industries in the Highlands, trying to more big in the Highlands. Upset the industrialists. And okay, so after that goes through, let's install the farm work. Starting with banana. Envy of the world, banana. People have been abandoning this state. Or, nope, some are coming back. Some see opportunity at the paper mill. I should be able to stop subsidizing the paper mill. Maybe. Can install a rotary valve engine at the paper mill to make it operate on fewer people. I just had some sulfur to bleach my paper with. Someone knew how to dig for sulfur. Argentina, you had one job. When I brought you into this customs union, it was for one purpose. Argentina. You have done nothing but depress economy since you arrived. Look at that. You see the number doing that? You did that. To buy French dynamite on the aftermarket. Terrible. Well, at least I do have the French dynamite now. We had someone look up how to ask for dynamite instead of nitro at the trade meetings. Now there's coal for everyone. And taking the stress off of iron means I could instead add stress to tools and steel. We always need more hammers, which... Okay, so for how well this buildup has gone, one small hiccup aside, proof of concept. At least their number has gone up. Their line is moving in the right direction, even if they haven't figured out to do the one thing everyone is asking of them. Yeah, the lack of access means that the tools are very expensive, and so the sulfur fails to go anywhere. Although, what if... What if... What if I just start asking for sulfur, though? Just a little bit, for a little while. Give them time to get the news. And send people out to the sulfur fields. To the number 18 sulfur mine. The number 3,000 in the world. Oh, of overall buildings. 18th among sulfur mines. How many sulfur mines do you think there are? $17 mines. Argentina. I want to work with you, Argentina. I want to make this work. We will make this work. We have banana. So, again, what's happening there mechanically, tools on the general market are not too expensive for Argentina. Because the general price for tools across the whole customs union right here is $40. It is right on the pin baseline tool cost. Everyone has a hammer, usually. Problem is that this specific state only has 26% market access because it has terrible infrastructure. And until that is fixed, everything is artificially more expensive to bring into here. So from the view of these businesses on the mountains, life is hell. Not these ones, though. You have a perfectly sound opportunity to open your lead mine, Argentina. Come on. Where's my lead? We needs it. We can't keep relying on imported lead. We should make our own dynamite. You could make that happen, Argentina. $333 fruit deficit entirely because the Qing dynasty has taken a liking to banana. Who can blame them? Export more sugar. Either export more sugar or use more of it locally. Apparently we're finding the sulfur somewhere. Well, no, we're demanding the 6 sulfur from the ether and improvising a substitute to suffer a 15% throughput penalty. What if we brew more liquor? Don't really have the glass for it. Also, that wouldn't use more sugar. Groceries are very valuable right now. There's not enough pre-packaged bread in the world. Many possibilities for how to number up. Yes. And, as I just crack open the menu here, throw down a regular, tangible, permanent save, which, yes, I had already saved a file called Colombo. As you do. This has been 8 hours without a single crash to desktop. So, overall stability, improving. Numbers go up.